be feeling like throwing in the towel? How about you? Anybody be feeling like throwing in the towel? You be doing it? You you be feeling like throwing in the towel? Cause sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. Good morning, everybody. So I got a message on YouTube that they didn't turned off the closed caption. I'm gonna figure out how to turn it back on. I don't mess with that, so they probably did that. So for my hard of hearing people, I'm sorry, but I didn't do it. But I'm gonna look into it today to see how to get them back on, because I don't, like, y'all be telling me what be going on with the YouTube. We ain't got no team of people. Hey, day. We ain't got no team of people that do that. So it's me. That's it. It ain't nobody else. Just me. You're me. It's just me. That's it. That's all. Ain't nobody else. So I mean, we got Alicia and she helped with the website. But as far as like checking stats and knowing, I don't know. I don't know. So we gonna wait a few minutes. I tried to give everybody time to go find the homework and get into it. Even if you didn't read it all, that's okay. But I want to know some things. So hopefully, we'll figure this out shortly on who read what and who did what. Good morning. Good morning. I want to see something. Y'all see I got my egg and bacon earrings on. Why she went into labor? Eccentrics, y'all. The lady that makes all the custom jewelry, she's having a baby girl and she went into labor the day before yesterday. I seen it yesterday that her water broke at like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning or something. So she's having her first baby. She's like, I think she said 41 or 42. I said, yep, I got some friends that did that too. But she's having her baby girl, so pretty cool. We got another CERCA Little coming, or already here. I'm sure she's probably already had the baby. Yeah. Yeah. Did you see she had the baby? You see it? She had the baby. I don't know if she posted it yet because I haven't been on there, but I saw it yesterday. I said, oh, you just in labor? Yeah. So we got another CERCA Little. I'm sure we've had probably over 100 babies total born. Between grandbabies and stuff, we didn't had a good 100 babies in this 3 years. You just had your girl 2 weeks ago. Did you? Congratulations, Punk. Send me your address. Send me your address, baby girl, to CERCA TROVA 22, please. I don't know how I missed it. If I missed it, I'm sorry. Auntie B. I'm sorry, Pumpkin. Hey. Listen. What's 150? What's 150? Had to put your son out. You need some peace. Pray for him. I didn't put some kids out. The devil will use. I'm not encouraging putting your children out, but sometimes they need a reality check now. I've checked on them. They was mad, so they didn't talk to me, but you'll get over it. Now, I let them come back after they got their act right, but yeah, I didn't put some kids out. I remember when my daughter, I think she turned 17, and she graduated early, and baby, she was cut. It's been about 150 babies born here. Oh, okay. I'm sure. Because I think in the first year we had a good 30. Probably. Okay, that's what you said. Because I'm like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, about 150? Yeah, we got a lot of babies that were born. Hey, Pumpkin. Hey, it's some babies that grew up in this thing, honey, as the old people used to say. It's some babies that grew up in this thing. They mamas came and wasn't pregnant or was pregnant, and then, oh, my TT circle. Oh, that used to be ready to rip y'all hair out. You better let them come see that TT. You better let them come. I remember when y'all told me they used to bring Titi Circle. Circle, Titi Circle. Mom. Not the kids telling you to go get in class so you can leave us alone for 5 hours. We love her. She keep our mama. The teenagers was like, yes. My Circle Live. You know, Auntie Circle Live. She over there on. Did you know? Because they know for about 3 hours for sure. My mama ain't about to be fooling with me. I had to put children out, stay in prayer for them. You look up, yeah, they sure do. They be ready to fight y'all. That's right. They don't fight your parents' babies, but it's okay to love on your TT circle. It's okay. I be trying to help y'all. Auntie be trying to help y'all. So, listen, you said I slept like a baby. Baby. Listen. How many of y'all got to read some of the homework, even if you did not read it all? That's okay. If you didn't, this don't apply to you. You don't even got to answer. Who got to read some of the homework? You did? I think they playing with my internet too. The people's is over here. You did? Okay. Okay. Good morning. Me and my homegirl. Really? Hey, Auntie, you got to read it? Oh, did you get your snacks and get out there? Did you get your tissues? I was crying. Okay, so you gonna come on and take it right on out my mouth, right? I was. That's what I want to know. Did it touch you? If you read the homework, okay. You so petty. Yes, because you know I heard it in her voice. You already know I did. Follow. That'd be hilarious to me. God, thank you for making people like her because they keep the rest of us laughing, and I'm grateful. And yeah, listen, I don't know. Okay, it touched you. So do you understand why I was looking at the reviews and people saying that it's a fake? Like, you didn't feel that? Soon as I started reading about Mary, my heart, like tears welled up. That part where she finally made it to his right side, the comfort Jesus must have felt to see his mom because everyone left. Come on. Do you? Okay. So it hit y'all like it hit me. That's why I didn't want us to read it in class. I wanted y'all to take that in by yourself or, with a friend or your spouse or whoever, because it is so powerful. It hit you hard. Good. That's what Mama was wanting to hear. I wanted to know what emotions you went through when you read it, because if I even when we read all of the stories we read, the word is God talking to us. So if it does not cause you to have some type of emotion, then I wonder if you can even hear it correctly. You hear me? I wonder if you can even feel it because good morning, Pumpkin. We talking about the homework. Auntie, what part got to you? You said a little bit, I gotta print it out. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I told, that's why I wanted y'all to read it in the comfort of your own space with your blanket. Now you see why I didn't get on here the other day. I said, yeah, they gonna have to wait. I love them, but we gonna have to wait this one out because I'm about to get through all of this. I don't want to miss nothing. Well, the only reason I went to work last night was to print out the gospel. Okay. I'm just saying for the people, because people say I didn't get to read it, I had to work, blah blah. It's okay. I don't be worried about that. Do you really have his spirit to hear him, or is your heart hardened? Listen, because how can you not read that and start to weep or get angry at the way that they deserted Jesus? If you love somebody, then when you see them being treated in that way and you know it's not justified, it should stir up an emotion in you. No? It should stir. Okay. I'm about to get off of here. I'm going to tell y'all something. I was supposed to open TikTok and I was like, I'm not doing that. Right? Because for what? They be talking crazy over there. But with somebody over there is supposed to hear this story. I didn't read it yet, but I'm emotional just hearing y'all talk about it. So I'm going to get off of here. Pray for me. Let's pray. Lord, in the name of Jesus, thank you for this day. And we ask that when we go over here and teach this class, that you bring a spirit of peace and let strife and confusion wait at the door for when the people leave, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? We gotta go back into the jungle. We going to the jungle. Okay. We ain't never just had one person in here, and I was like, I'll do it later. No, you'll do it now. We're going to bye. Not we did that. We discount the one, but sometimes when you hard headed, stuff don't go the way you think it should. So moving on. Here we go. I probably should have brought my chargers in. Oh, there's one in here already. Good job. Oh, there's two. Good job. Cue music. Welcome to the jungle. Definitely listen. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We in this thing. Here we go. Good morning, Kayla. Where is my case? I ain't shook my case at you since you became a Humphrey administrator. I ain't forgot you. Still got a job over here. Thank you. Listen, makes sense. I switched to YouTube 5 minutes ago for no reason. Uh-oh. Yep. Because we were supposed to be over here. Hey. Oh, I gotta adjust this again. See, this be the problem right here. Sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. Here we go. There we is. I think that's it. All right. So, to those of you that want to study class with us today, hello. It was already playing in my head. Listen, hey, good morning. We in the jungle. We over in the hood today. So if you want to study along with us, you're gonna need to go to Scribd or Scribed. I don't know how to say it, and download. I forgot over here. I can turn this around so y'all can see it. Let me remember how to do it. This. I need you, but it's going to come up under this right here, okay? So screenshot that if you want to study along with us today. And you're going to need to go to Scribd or Scribed, okay? Because we're going to read this. Okay? Good morning. So if you want to read with us today, this is what you need. But it's not going to come up under this. It's going to come up under this right here. The Lament of the Virgin and the Martyrdom of Pilate. To those, do y'all know? Good morning. Good morning. So that's what we gonna read. So you got a few minutes to go get it, download it. We not in no rush because we gonna take our time and get through this today. Good morning. We gonna take our time and get through here. So, because I want to know, you know, how it affected everybody because it was good for me. You started reading it this morning, okay? Okay, it's all right. We gonna read some of it together, and we're gonna skip around because you know it's a lot. So we're gonna move around to a few places and read it. But if you want to be able to read along with us today, you're gonna need to go to Scribd, um, or Scribd, the app, and get that. I've had class pretty much every day. I've not been on radio silence or anything. I've had class pretty much every day. Y'all just don't be looking. That's it. I don't wave flags to tell people where I am. If you wanna find me, you gonna have to look. Thank you. Elle Eccentrics made these. It's bacon and eggs. I got a necklace too. She had her baby today or yesterday or 2 days ago. Something like that in the middle of the night. Yeah. Thank you. She can make you some. She can make you whatever you want. She can sculpt your face, your children's face, your mama face, everybody's face. She's cold with it. And she's a now she's a stay-at-home mommy, so she probably gonna need some. Yeah, she sculpted beautiful earrings. She made me 2 pair. This is the 3rd pair of earrings she made, where she sculpted these, and they're real. Like they look like bacon and eggs too. This ain't nothing. That's her thing, but thank you. It is a dragon. And do spit that fire, do spit that. Thank you. Do spit that fire, do. But you see, so because she know I'm greedy and I love bacon and eggs, so she made me a necklace and earrings. Quit playing. Greedy. We like food over here. Now we not gluttons, but we like food. You hear me? We do. Thank you. All right. So if you're gonna be in class, I need you to go get the homework. Okay. And some of you are at work. That's fine. You're driving. That's okay. And so this is where we at today because I feel like if the world knew this part of the story, they would sympathize with Jesus a little bit more. If you really understood what Jesus had to go through, because, you know, we've all watched The Passion of the Christ. For the most part, we all know, you know, what they show us. But to get the backstory, okay, to get the backstory, okay, I'm gonna say it one more time. Well, just wait. To get the backstory, um, it helps you see him as more human, does it not? Even though we know he's God in the flesh, it helps you to see God as a human. It helps you to see Mary as a human, Mary's mother, which is Jesus's grandmother. How would you feel if people was trying to unalive your grandson and he ain't even made it here yet? Okay. Would just give me a minute. Um. So I mean, and your daughter 14. Your daughter's a teen mom. People are talking crazy to her because her husband left. She been at home 6 months. He been gone 6 months, and he come back and her stomach swell up. And then once your grandbaby gets here, people are trying to unalive your grandbaby. I mean, how would you feel in real life? You'd just be kikiing and ha-haing with folks. Or would you maybe have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder when people come trying to see your grandbaby or your daughter or asking any questions about how she's doing? You said you'd be ready to fight this. Go on and tell the truth. Me too. Because when my daughters got pregnant and they was all over 18, you know, my messy family was like, "What? How you feel about it?" I said, "They got a vagina. They gonna have to use it at some point in time." God said, "Be fruitful and multiply." He didn't say when it was gonna happen. She got ovaries, and she menstruates for a reason. Do you understand? Who am I to say it's too early? If God don't put the spark in there, the baby don't come. So I already told my daughters I'm not encouraging teen pregnancy, but if you get pregnant, we having kids. You're gonna be a mama, babe. You sure will. Mess up what life? If God gave you a life, then that means it's gonna be a part of your life. We're not doing that. But moving on. So, okay. Y'all need some more minutes to get it. You need to go to Scribe, the app, and get the layman of the virgin of the martyrdom of Pilate. And it's the one that says either 32 or 42 pages. Okay? Because this is what we're going to read today. Well, we're going to skip around in there. We're not going to read it all because it's a lot. But it's good. Say here when you got it so we can move on because it's a real juicy story. It should make your toes wiggle real, real hard. To those of you that have read it, please tell me one thing that changed your life, that made you emotional, that made you see Jesus differently, that made you see the situation of the crucifixion differently. What hit you in your throat is what I want to know. Because, honey, all of it hit me. Every bit of it, all of the story touched me. To see how the people deserted him, to see how broken his mother was, when the people that so-called love Jesus cut out on that nigga, didn't even go to the spot where they knew he was gonna be. Like, one nigga saw the torches and he cut out. He saw the niggas with the sticks and hit left on them real quick, a pat and turner on them. They looking for him, he gone. When he was sweating blood. Interesting. Interesting. You don't have to download the app. I didn't. You can just you can just go in the search bar and pull it up. Yeah. Maddie, did you read the homework? You read this? Because this is we talking about what's in here, babe. How Pilate's attitude changed and Hyperion and the Hyperion soldier got healed just from putting Jesus' clothes on his eye. Yep, he was blind in his eye, and he put the clothes that they ripped off of Jesus, he put it on his eye and he was healed. That was another amazing one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think that if people could read that, and if they could read the rest, because a lot of people don't believe in Jesus because there's nothing about his story, so-called. But we know that that's not true. When Mary was crying at Jesus' grave because she wanted to see his body and didn't even realize she was talking to him. Girl, I hear her emotions come off the page. Come on. You can feel it. Okay. You said, did you know that the church don't believe these messages? Only KJV. I want to know what's hidden. Come on, Miss Davis. Well, you have come to the right place. We have over 1,400 videos on YouTube where we tell you all the goodies. The middle parts, like the daughters of Adam and Eve, all of the tribes. We go through all of that. We go through what they look like. We go through the people that they became, what nations they are now. It's real good and juicy. You can start at the beginning. I don't know how much they gonna show you because they playing with my videos, but babe, we got it for you. We got that work. Yep. And isn't it crazy now? Now listen to what Miss Davis said. She said the church don't believe this. Who remembers me talking about unbelief? And I said they wasn't talking about uh no. No. I showed you what it was. No. The layman of the virgin and the martyrdom of Pilate. But again, y'all remember this. Unbelief can only go to a person that has been offered Christianity. Like you understand what I'm saying? So it blows me every single time that I try to talk to certain Christians about what's missing and they don't care. But what is a mystery? If God said he has hidden mysteries in his word, that means that they're not in that book. People don't believe in Jesus because you can't explain his life from 0 to 12 and then from 12 to 30. But if you could, do you think they might want to believe in Jesus then? If you could, I've so far read the infancy of Christ because I love how you get into that. Got into that one day. I got it right here, as a matter of fact. It's part of what we're going to read today. So your mind probably going to be blown today. You're going to love this. I need you to go to Scribd if you can and get the app and get this book, though. The part when his mama was asking for everybody. Girl, did that make the fire burn in your heart? It made the fire burn in your heart, baby, to know that they left Jesus. He dying for y'all and y'all, baby. But guess what? Who hasn't felt that? Anybody felt that before? When your money was up, when your car was riding, when you was happy and all of this, baby, everybody wanted to be around you. But when you lost your job, when you lost your spouse, if you lost your child, if you lost your money and all of this stuff and you needed to come sleep on that couch, oh no, babe. Oh no, they're not around. They're not calling your phone every day asking you if you want to turn up because they don't want to pay for you. Let your baby get sick and it be an extended thing, baby. They ain't coming over there to cook and clean your house and help you wash your stuff. Scribd. It's without the I believe. Or without the E. And it has a D on the end of it. Yeah. I was talking to my co-worker about God Tuesday. He's a non-believer and says it's all because, come on, nephew, hit him in the head. Because he can't see God. He can't see cancer either, but if the doctors tell him he got it, he'll believe it. Being the one everyone can rely on, but can't rely on anyone. Ooh, if I don't know that struggle. You hear me? Because sometimes I be in this piece like, who can I call and just let loose on? And then I just talk to my daddy about it. And go answer some more questions. You hear me? All right. So do everybody got it? Good morning. Everybody got it? We going to get in here. I was trying to give everybody time to get it downloaded because we're going to skip through. We're not going to read straight through. We're just going to go to different points. Hopefully I didn't log out of it on here. I did do that. Darn it. Oh, wait a minute. Please, please, please. Yes. God is good to me. Here we go. That's what I told him. You will look up stuff and read and believe it, but can't believe in the Bible. Listen. So what you do, nephew, I'm about to put you on. If you got access to a printer, print out the first and second, like, couple chapters of Adam and Eve and just give them to him with a highlighter. Leave him to find it for himself. You got to put the breadcrumbs. Don't argue with him. Give him the tools to find it. And then he going to be like my grandbaby. Let me tell y'all. I ain't going to show y'all because her mama, I get it. I learned something today that you all probably already knew, but stop posting your baby's pictures online. I did not know that they are taking them and making AI corn with those videos of your children. I'm talking about newborns as well. Did y'all know? I just found that out today. Don't do it. Don't do it anymore. Yes. They said, the man said, I think it was over 55 million. You saw that? You already knew? Listen, yes. They download it, run it through AI, and make a grown-up movie with your baby face. I reposted it. They sure do. Stop posting them kids. Do not do that. Yeah, you saw it. You was hot, girl. I said no way. Yes, yes. Crazy. Please don't. This my grandbaby, y'all. Listen. Let me see if it's gonna play. She keeps saying cookie. I keep saying pizza. Pizza? Yeah, pizza. Pizza! We don't even know where she got that from. Her mama said, I keep saying pizza. She keeps saying cookies. And that baby said, thank you so much. That baby said, uh, what to do? What? That's emu. What to do? Aha! I said, where did she learn that? She said, I have no idea. But nephew, that's the type of moment we need your coworker to have that one. What to do? What to do? Aha! I said that little baby is serious, honey. She went from not saying nothing and looking at you like you was crazy to she won't be quiet. I said, yeah, that's, and she love her heels and her robes. I said, that's my grandbaby right there. Oh, girl, I was too tickled. I done played that a gazillion times. You hear me? I'm trying to tell you, nephew. So just print out a couple pages of the infancy of Jesus Christ, Adam and Eve, just a few of the little pages, photocopy them or whatever. And just, can you read this for me? Just give them that. You got to set the cheese out for the mice. Y'all remember who? Y'all done quit setting your cheese out? Hmm. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she watched Miss Rachel or not. I have no idea. But after Tuesday, he wants the OTP. You know what to do, nephew. You know what to do. Get the Addy. My son is currently not talking, but I know if he was, he would be so fun to listen to him. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. Okay, let's get this going. Y'all ready? Y'all got y'all stuff? Y'all got it open? Did you find it? They are eggs and bacon. One of our people from WOIU made them. She's here on TikTok. Her name is Elle Eccentrics. Elle Eccentric Accessories. ELLE. She can make you your face, however your hair is. She molds these out of clay. It's pretty cool. She got, yeah. Okay. You didn't have to download it though, y'all. Y'all can read it without downloading it. I don't know if y'all know that or not. If you just type in the search bar, you can read without downloading the app. Yeah. What I miss? My daughter shared the OTP with her FCA friends. What's FCA? I don't know what FCA is, girl. Mm-hmm. Y'all ready? All right, y'all. I'm gonna show this one more time. From now on, though, if you come in late, all you gotta do is go over to YouTube and fast forward through the class, and you can get it real quick and come back. Okay. Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Okay. Thank you. If you ever come in late, y'all, you can run over to YouTube and just rewind through the class, because I would have to continue stopping. You need to go and get this off the internet. No, your algorithm is not bad. We gonna be over here. But I told people that for 6 months and nobody listened, and so then they tell me they be looking for me. But we've had more than one social media the whole time we've been here. So I don't know. For 7 years. I'm going on my 8th in June. Okay, so y'all ready? Let's get to this, because I'm gonna run to the restroom. Let everybody, because I'm ready to get into this story. Come on, hurry up. Okay. 30. Come on, Mom, hurry. Or I need y'all to come on, because this is good and we need to get in here. Did y'all take notes, to those of you that did read it? Did y'all? Or did you highlight, if you could, in the PDF? It is good. I know, and I'm ready. Okay, good. Okay, good. I was about to say, because you in your senior year, you need to be taking notes and making highlight marks, and it should be all stickied up and all of that. Okay, good job. I'm proud of y'all. I just want to say
And all of
this.
that implies a continuation of the previous topic or a summary of what has just been discussed. To give you the most helpful...
I did. Mm-hmm. No, it's not. But y'all see, my hands was in my pockets and it just turned on by itself. That keeps happening a lot. The people is here, though. I told y'all. Yeah. Yeah, I did, Queen. And ain't that about our 42-month mark? That's about our 42-month mark. You see? Right around his birthday, we was unveiled to the world, and then you see how all that's lining up. It's real interesting. Real interesting. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm sorry, y'all, but anytime we put me on to a new book that tell me more about, listen, how it went down, baby, I be feeling like I got the inside scoop. And the fact that people don't want, my toes is in my shoes. Look. My toes is in my shoes like this. You hear me? They in there from the top to the bottom. The fact that I can help somebody understand, that make my toes wiggle. Listen here, real hard too, because baby, you could believe in God because he was real. Well, I don't believe it. Okay, well, let's go to Adam and Eve. Let's start with the first people. Okay, let's go there. The stuff that's missing out of Genesis. We're going to fill in those holes first. Then we'll just keep building on that. Okay, you want to do that? I'm not live on IG. You asked that question over here. I'm not live on IG. You was just on YouTube. Right? I'm not live on IG. You good? Hey. So, get it downloaded and let's get moving, okay? I'm gonna run to the restroom and give y'all 2 more minutes now. Come on, let's get in here. Okay. You said I haven't caught your live in a while. I'm so excited by the way you would love Germany. Take some pictures, Rose, please, and send them to me, please, so I can put them in our photo books that we have. Please and thank you. Can you send me some pictures, please? I saw a video that a woman said her phone was facing. Yep, and it was talking to her. I be trying to tell y'all what be going on. Well, we talked about this. We talked about all of these invasions. A matter of fact, where it is, I do not know. Where? So much stuff in here. Oh, y'all know our book. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Oh, right in my face. This right here. Who remembers what the back of this? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to look. Sorry, Pumpkin, if I didn't see it. Can you just like resend the same one? That'll be fine. Sometimes y'all, my stuff, the people be in my stuff. I be trying to tell y'all. Some of y'all messages don't show up. Cash App still be whatever. I'm just doing what I could do. But let's read the back of this real quick before we go. It says, so this is the Prince of Darkness, the Antichrist, and the new NWO. It said the revival of the Roman Empire under the guise of European Union, the globalist plans for a one world government, the threat from big government, and its assault on your privacy and personal freedom, living in a surveillance society where your phone calls are monitored, the rise of the Russian imperialism, the secret agenda behind the PLO and the Israeli peace agreement, the danger of new inquisition against Christians and Jews, the coming economic crash, the cashless society, and the financial conspiracies during the last days. Oh, and the plans for a national identification system and the mark of the beast. This book was written in 1994. Thank you. Thank you, Leah. All of this is happening right now. Interesting. And I read it when I was 15 years old. Well, look at that. Interesting, right? I suggest you get it and read it quickly. I would do that if I was you. Okay, y'all. So I'll be right back. Let me run to the restroom real quick. And then I'll be right back and we're going to get in. So if you haven't downloaded what we're getting ready to read, please do. Please, please, please. All right, y'all. Here we go. Y'all ready? Yes. If you Did it come up under the Gospel of Gamaliel, or did it come up under the, because if you type in the Gospel of Gamaliel, sometimes it don't come up. You got to type in the layman of the Virgin and the martyrdom of Pilate. Anyway, we about to get going. Okay, so I need y'all to go to page 2, where it says, it's the last paragraph. Page 2, the last paragraph where it says the virgin uttered. We're going to start there and then we're going to move around. Y'all with me? To those of you that don't know, we're reading a lost book that the people is trying to say is fake, but it hit too hard to be fake. So we're going to move on, because everything that they tell us is fake is the rest of the Bible that people need, right? But the Bible said the truth would be hidden in the last days, and only the folks that was going to be looking for it was going to find it. And we seek and find all day long. Here we go. We out in the streets again. We over here. Look, he told me to come over here. I was like, no, I'm just gone. We had one person on our other one. I said, oh, okay, let's go on over there. You said they need to hear it too. So here we go to the people of the hood streets of TikTok. Here we go. We gonna let y'all in on some classes because we've been having them. Y'all just didn't know where to look. All right, here we go. It says, the virgin uttered this affectionate wailing in the house of John when they brought to her the sad news of her son. Then she began to look for one of his holy disciples to walk with her, but she did not find any, because all had fled and forsaken him for fear of the Jews. She asked for Peter to accompany her, and she was informed that from his fear of the high priest, he had denied her son, saying, I do not know him, and that he had gone and hidden himself from him. She asked for James, the brother of the Lord, and she was informed that he had fled and left him on the mount where he was seized. She asked for Andrew, and she was informed that he had never come with him to town at all. She asked for Thomas, and she was informed that he had thrown down his garments and fled. She asked for the son of Thomas, and she was informed that he was the first of his brethren to flee. She asked for Philip, and she was informed that when he saw the torches burning, he was terrified and fled. She asked for James, the brother of John, and she was informed that he never even looked at him. She asked for Matthew, and she was informed that he was afraid of the Jews more than all the others, as they had a special grudge against him from the time that he used to collect taxes from them, and he had therefore fled in the darkness of the night. In short, she asked for all of them, and she did not find a single one of them except John, who had accompanied him to Cranium and to the Golgotha. If you don't know, this talking about the disciples. And if you go look in your KJV, it said they left him. Y'all went and looked it up. They cut out on him. Yes, Kayla. Yes, honey. But it says it in the regular KJV that they cut out. They left him. And his mama went off right before this baby girl. I'm talking about she went in him. Or, excuse me, after this. Yeah, they wrong for that. And he about to die for you? They dipped on him. They did. Yes, nephew. Yes, and it's in your Bible that they left him. They didn't put this in there, though. Yes. Crazy, right? Watch everybody just say, yeah, they're your friend and they'll die for you, because they won't. They lied. Here we go. Then the virgin resumed her weeping and wailing because she was not able to find any of the apostles, the disciples of her son, except John, and said while weeping, woe is me, O my son, O my beloved, because your brethren fled and disappeared. Oh, my father Peter, I was thinking every day that you would not deny your master. You have not been given gold or silver that you denied him so quickly. So we read this yesterday. But basically, she we use our manners around here. You might not know that, Mr. Black King, but normally when you ask a person to give you information, you say, please, can you please tell me? Now, I know your mama probably taught you. So let's get that going and I can show you. You ready? Oh, okay. Gotta use our manners over here. I know internet is rude, but not here. You can go to Scribd or Scribe, the app, and read this. I'm gonna need you to screenshot it to all of you that have not read it or don't know this is what we're reading. Mm-hmm. Okay. How would you feel as a parent? You good. How would you feel as a parent? The kids that come to your house right now that are always eating up your kids' snacks and spending the night, you would be upset and angry. That when the police came and grabbed them, they didn't try to record. They didn't try to stand up for it. They just let the police just do whatever they want to, or whoever, a gang, a group of people, whatever it is. How would you feel if your baby went to a sleepover with all the kids that's always at your house and your baby come home and they didn't jumped on your baby? Pissed. You said, baby, listen, hold up, wait a minute. How would you feel? Mind you, she went through hell while she was pregnant. You said on-site meeting this. Excuse me. Ready to go to war. Mary, the mother of Jesus. Mary, the mother of Jesus, had to go through that. Listen, ain't that crazy? Happened to me. Watch me get arrested and didn't call my mom. Juvenile had to call. So you already feel all of this then, nephew. You already know. Listen, this right here, this different. You hear me? This right here hit different. But it says it in the KJV that they left him. It says it. He was deserted by all of them. But they don't tell us how. But now we know. That's why they be trying to say this book is fake. No, it fits right on in line with what's going on. Just like they tried to say Enoch was fake and Adam and Eve is fake, but it make all of it. You hear me? It make all of it make sense. And this is why the Bible said, my people perish for the lack of knowledge, because we don't have the, well, I ain't gonna say we, because we got the middle parts. But most people that read the Bible don't have the middle parts. It is, nephew. So come on, let's get going. Now listen. She said, excuse me. I'm sorry, y'all. You have not been presented with a boat or oars. Why then did you deny? Why then? Sorry, let me make this bigger, y'all. I ain't got my glasses yet. Why then did you deny today your master and Lord? She said they didn't give you a boat. We just gonna run through this part because I want to get somewhere else. Basically, she runs down to Peter saying they didn't give you a boat with no oars. They didn't give you no money. They didn't put a cross up saying they was going to crucify you too. She said they didn't try to take your kids and say, give us Jesus, or, deny Jesus, or we gonna take your kids. She said you didn't even take one slap for my son. They didn't give you no money. They didn't try to give you a boat to bribe you. They didn't say they was going to kill your kids. They didn't do none of that. They didn't even try to put no hands on you. And when they asked you, did you know my baby? You said you didn't know him. You didn't get no money for denying my baby. Your kids wasn't in danger. She said, you couldn't even ride with my son for an hour. Thank you. You hear me? How would you feel? How would you feel? Thank you. How would you feel? Hello? You said that's a deep hurt. Exactly. Can't imagine. I'm trying to tell you. They playing. Good morning, pumpkin. They will. Right. Right. But God called him, basically, he told him he wasn't telling his truth to his face. Right? Here we go. So it says, we gonna skip down here. Because, all right, we leaving page 2. Because we're going to skip around today. Because I want people to read it on their own. We are going to go to page... All right. Page 5 at the top. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, we're going to page 5, and when it says, when God saw his mother, he looked towards John and said to him, okay, so I'm going to need you to skip down to page 5, and then where it says, when God saw his mother, he looked towards John and said to him. Let me know when you're there. Excuse me. Okay. Thank you. Okay. It says, when God saw his mother, he looked towards John and said to him, "Oh man, this is your mother." And then he said to his mother, "Oh mother, this is your son." And John held the virgin's hand in order to take her into his house. But the virgin, his mother, said, "Oh John, let me weep over him, as he has no brother or no sister, and do not deprive me of him. Oh my son, would that I had with you a crown of thorns on my head, and would I'm sorry, and would that I could make it as painful as yours. If the penalty of all the robbers is crucifixion, why have they not stripped you of your garments, Judas, since you are a thief and stole from the bag?" Was she not going crazy? She was going out. She said, "Judas, you a whole thief. And you stole from the bag that you sold my son, the hit money." She read them real good, didn't she? She said, "You the thief." Calling ninjas out. She, girl. I said, "Oh, yeah, mm-hmm." She said, "If the penalty of all the robbers is crucifixion, why then have they not stripped you of your garments, Judas, since you are a thief and stole from the bag? Oh John, look at my wretchedness today. In the middle of these multitudes, look at my lowliness and at the pains of my heart. Let me look at his face to my satisfaction. Let me look at his sufferings. You know what? That's probably why that Negro went out and hung himself. into a mother's eyes and know that you are the one that caused her baby not to be breathing no more, and she crying out to you from her soul? She probably was screaming at him, telling him, "You the thief." It probably took everything in Mary not to put hands on all of them. You know they lying, because you the nigga that set my baby up. And called him out. You can't walk around after everybody knew that you done took money out of the bag that hit money. You walk with my baby. Y'all been playing it, because remember now, don't forget, in the infancy of Jesus, Judas and Jesus played, remember, and he bit Jesus or hit Jesus on the same side that Jesus was going to be crucified on, remember? Him and Judas ain't new to each other. They been knowing each other. They played together as kids. So it probably hurt her even deeper, because boy, I didn't wipe your nose. You done came over and had sleepovers with my baby. When your mama went down there in the fields to work, you stayed at my house. Love thy enemies. Come on, nephew. Listen. Could you imagine looking at the kid that you cared for like your own, and that's the person that got some money for your baby head? And he's being publicly displayed in the streets. Interesting. Oh, I know. Oh, I know it do. That's why I don't run with nobody. I don't play that. Where you gonna be? Where you going? Where you going? Who going with you? Why do you need to know all of my business? I don't tell people when I'm going out of town. I don't tell people when I'm coming back. You don't need to know who in the room with me. You don't need to know every place I like to eat. You don't need to know that. It's none of your business. That was number one rule in the 90s, babe. This new stuff is tell everybody, and this is why people don't be making it out the hood, because they tell the hood everywhere they at. That was a no-no back in my day, baby. We showed up when we showed up. You don't need to know the time I'm leaving. You don't need to know the time I'm getting there. You dang sure don't need to know who walking with me. You heard me? It might be 10 niggas in here. You don't know they here for me. I'm walking in alone, but I ain't in here by myself, though. You see me come by myself, but that don't mean that ain't nobody in here with me. Just don't be fooled. And it's probably going to be the person you least expect. I promise you it is. Don't do that to yourself. Don't assume now. Don't do that. That is going to be your downfall. I would not do that not if I was you. I wouldn't do that. I would not do that. What time you gonna get there when I'm done? Well, what time is that? I can't tell you because I ain't done yet. I don't take nobody to my mama's house. I ain't taking nobody to my kid. I'm not anywhere that I know I might have to run to just in case somebody looking for me. I won't be taking nobody there. You don't need to go to none of my family functions or nothing, because then, no, for what? Don't do that. Never expect someone to keep your secrets that you can't keep yourself, Liz. Not I told y'all I used to put out bait to see how fast my business get back to me, babe. Been doing that since I was young. I'ma know who I can tell what. Where did I get these bacon and L eccentrics on here? L eccentric accessories. ELLE centrics. I'm sorry. CENTRIC. She can make you whatever you want though. She know I like bacon and eggs. Okay, here we go. So let's get going. How did I get to page 10? This thing do what it want to. Can't lock it or nothing. All right. I'm sorry. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, it says, "Oh John, look at my wretchedness today. In the middle of these multitudes, look at my lowliness and at the pains of my heart. Let me look at his face to my satisfaction. Let me look at his sufferings. I'm sorry, to my to my satisfaction, as I've never seen him in such a state before, except today. Let me weep over him, because my sufferings are today greater than his sufferings. The lying place of all the paupers is the dung heap. Let me then look at him to my satisfaction." She said, just let me, you know how the mama's like the last viewing of your baby. "Because I am an orphan without father, without mother, and without relatives. This is the wailing, indulged in." Oh, I'm sorry. Let me move this up. I'm sorry, y'all. "This is the wailing indulged in by the virgin while she was at the right side of her son. She was in a state of confusion, owing to the intensity of her pain, and because of the greatness of her sorrow, she did not notice the great multitudes that were present. She was only bent on weeping. Now there were present, there Joanna, wife of Chuza, Mary Magdalene, and Salome. And these got a hold of Mary and lifted her up. Her wailing was truly sweet while she was surrounded by pure women." Could you imagine that shriek? Y'all done heard it on TV. Some of us have heard it in person, and some of you have had to cry that shriek of the loss of your child at the hands of someone else, or the loss of your child, period. Sometimes mothers have to bury their face into something to muffle the screech, because there's no words to describe the pain that you are feeling right now. Hey, don't forget that part. Almost 4 months later, my choice is barely starting to come back from when I was screaming, and that was just my grandmother. Come on. Come on. No friends. No friends. He got the crown on now, babe. No friends. They don't know him right here. Where his friends at? You ain't took a slap for my baby. You ain't took a punch for you. You didn't even try to run up on a soldier and get knocked down, dude. You didn't try to go grab nobody so we could go. You didn't do nothing. You did nothing. But guess what? When it was cool and we could chill and eat, nigga, I made sure I fed y'all. I made sure you had a place to sleep. I made sure didn't nobody put their hands on y'all. I wouldn't let nobody take advantage of y'all. Remember these days? When we was eating good and blowing money in the club, remember? But now that the nigga done fell off, baby, I can't get a piece of bread out your house. Oh yeah? You know these niggas looking for me, and you might just be the reason they is. And now I know why you don't want me over at your house, because they said whoever they find me with, everybody gonna lay down. That's why you don't my G. That's why you don't answer my calls. That's why when I call you, you always put the phone down, because you can't look me in my face, knowing that you done sold me out and you're just waiting on it. You done now I know where you came up with that little money from. I couldn't figure out what after you got that money, you wasn't fooling with me like that. You would show up, but you wouldn't stay long. Because you done already told the backdoor boys where I'm at. You got your little change. Got it. And then my mama and them throwing me a birthday party, and you gonna show up. And you said I can't do that to his mama. I'ma wait till after his birthday so she can spend her last birthday with him. And I feel the power of God. It's all over my legs. And it's the last birthday. I cooked what you wanted to eat, boy. You the one asked me to make this potato salad. It wasn't even your party. The party was for my baby, but I look at you like a son because you always over here. So I made this special dish for you, and you don't even want my baby to ever taste it ever again. Interesting. Listen. Where was his friends? Where was his friends? Here go the church folks and the soldiers. Where was his niggas at? Not here. Because it says when he got seized, baby, they cut him. He walked it alone, and he was dying for them. They didn't care about his mama. They didn't care about his cousins. They didn't care. And every stripe was for you, Matthew, Paul, Peter. That was for you. Don't forget. For every time you creeped out on your wife and your husband. For every time you lied on your taxes. For every time that you went and did some mess that could have cost you your life and he took a lash. For every pain that you thought you felt 10% of it. Because he took it on Calvary, hon. The grace that he gave you when you spoke a curse on somebody and you didn't drop dead, it looked like this. This was the remedy for that. This was the antidote to every human being born in sin. The stuff that cracked his skin open and split his muscles in half. And then he had to go and let the bird, come on. This was the remedy for you doing whatever you want to do whenever you feel like it. And you know what the end game was? Game over, it's done. You hold that thought. This the end game right here. Into his heart, under his rib, with his skin already exposed, back look worse than Harriet Tubman. He done been dragged and had to carry wood, and this is what he did for you in his heart. But he don't love you. You don't want to believe in him. Interesting. You don't care about what he endured? Is that why hell is going to be so painful? Is that why there's not going to be any grace and any mercy? Because guess what? He didn't get none. He felt every lash. But the other thing that they had hooks on it. So when they hit him with it, it pulled and ripped his flesh for you. And you don't, and then come on. He been fighting since he got here. Don't forget that. Interesting. And with all your filthiness, with all your lies, and all of your fornication and theft and filthy minds and sticky fingers and whatever it is that you do, foul mouth, whatever you want to call it, guess what? He still thought you was worthy to let them drive that through his heart for you. He was willing to take this until he was unrecognizable. For your late night creeps. You know, the ones that you do right before you get up and go to church. Them. Or maybe even on the parking lot in the park behind it. You know that. He took that knife in the heart for you. Just in case you didn't know. And your kids. And your bald head, grandma and granddaddy. All of them. Everybody. Yep. The fake folks at church that act like they saved and they already know they going. The prostitute on the corner, the drug dealer, the SA'er. Guess what? You might not like him, but guess what? He took a knife in the heart for them too. You might not like it, but it is the truth. The unalivers, knife in the heart, stripes on his back. Yeah, for them too. You don't have to like it. It is what it is. Do you understand? For the people that love somebody that you don't think they should love or sleep with or have children with, for them too. For the alcoholic and the drug addict, the one that stole your TV and stuff, them. He took a knife in the heart for them too, not just you, not because you think you better, or because you don't do that. Don't. For the witches and warlocks, don't forget them too. The magicians and the people that say he don't exist, he took a knife in the heart for them too. Don't forget. Don't forget that. As I walked the path that he walked up that hill to his death, I felt an overwhelming heaviness inside. To see the shopkeepers out just selling their goods like this was just another day was unreal. Until you did go, because you brought me some dirt back from Golgotha. You sure did. It's in my Bible right here. This is some sand from Golgotha where he went. What if it's some of his skin cells in here? You sure did, Auntie. That's dirt from the hill that she talking about, where all of this that we just talked about happened. Ain't that crazy? This came all the way from Jerusalem. Jerusalem. You sure did, Auntie. You hear me? Thank you. Yeah. So when you think about I can do as much sin and hurt as many people as I can, you didn't pay for the pain. You hear me? You didn't pay for it, so that's why you don't get to judge them, because there's no knife in your heart to save their life. There's no lashes on your back. So you just mind the business that pays you. Stay in your pay grade. Stay in your pay grade. Your pay grade is to love them. And if you don't like what they do, you're supposed to love them to them, not scold them and embarrass them to him. Be nice. Love go a long way. It breaks bonds that throwing down scripture on the Bible and on the table don't do. I promise you. It's more powerful than your laws and your rituals that you go do at your synagogues of Satan. Because Lucifer is about control. God gives you free will. Remember that the next time they tell you what you can and can't do there. Okay. We free in Jesus over here. Y'all might not understand that because of what we just described and what he had to go through. I'm free. You don't get to put me back in bonds, babe. I'm free in Jesus. So you don't gotta like it, but he do love it. Moving on. Y'all all right over there? Everybody okay? Is that we all right? Huh? You okay? Yeah. You's all right? You's okay. You's all right? You's okay. Okay, let's go back. Here we go. Ooh, shoot. All right. All right. It says her wailing was truly sweet when she was surrounded by pure women. You can let loose when you around genuine people. I'ma say that again. I don't know. It might not. We gonna see. Sometimes it is, sometimes it ain't.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Don't do that. Hey, sister. Whether you believe it or not, Jesus died for you. And all of the people that you don't like. All of the people that you just know God is going to put into hell. Be careful, because you might have a seat there next to them. Okay. You hear me? Now, some people you can be vulnerable with. Some people you can't. When she got some genuine people around her, she could mourn. She could be vulnerable. You see how she was talking to Peter and Paul and them, all the gangster, while crying. Okay? But once she got some sisters, some people around her that was going to genuinely hold her up, she could let loose. She didn't walk for a good 32 to 34 years by herself. Remember, they talked bad about her because she was pregnant while she was young. She had to move from country to country trying to keep her baby alive. Now she done seen her baby's skin ripped open and mangled. And guess what? All his friends deserted him. But when she got in a circle of women that knew how to get in touch with God, she was able to be free. She was able to let go. She was able to let somebody else support her weight. Y'all see it? You should be able to be vulnerable with the people that God send in your life. You shouldn't hear your business retold unless you allow that testimony to be told. Oh, okay. It ain't that people don't want to open up. You just not safe. Because these crazy people got on this here internet telling all their business. Like we in the same room and can't nobody else hear us. And been telling their business for the last 36, 38, 39 months or so. And they free. And some of them came here bound. Not everybody, but some people came here bound and they not bound no more. They are free. And love reading the word. Read it and be expecting me to remember everything everybody read. Mm-hmm. So do. Moving on. Here we go. Listen. Okay. You hear me? We free in Jesus over here. So if you want to learn about the word and you want to know more about Jesus' story, about what Genesis really is saying and how it's a roadmap to everything else you'll ever understand, science, astronomy, astrology, agriculture, micro and macroeconomics, genealogy and the study of genetics, all of that is all in there. Promise you it is, but you're just not looking in the right place. Or the teachers that you have, they don't care enough to go deeper so that you can actually understand and just not have surface level understanding, so that you can draw more people to Christ, because that's what it's about, attracting souls. And all fish don't take the same bait. All fish are not in the same ponds. You got saltwater and freshwater and creeks and algae fish and all kinds of stuff. Everything don't live in the same space, and that same environments are not. You gotta know what the. Some fish like meat, chicken and stuff. Some fish you got to put some oatmeal and some jello together with a little corn in it and let it get stinky, and then you throw that out there. Some of them like the shiny worms that's plastic, and you can get them with that. Some of them you got to get something that stank. Worms and stuff, the real kind, that stinky bait stuff that you stop and get out the cooler at the country grocery store, the gas station, that stuff. They look like they didn't had it for 79 years. That. But some fish, and most times they be the meatiest ones, they like that. Yeah. Moving on. All right, here we go. Whew. It says, who were weeping with her because of her the sweetness of her words, are Jewish women. Other Jewish women who heard her weeping scoffed. Here we go at her, saying, "Our vengeance has come today on you and on your son, because it is through you that our wombs have become childless from the year in which you brought him forth." You gotta be a low down, dirty person to in a person's face while their child is passing or has passed, to say, "Oh, we got our vengeance because since we talked about her because she was a single mother and a teen mom, God struck us with infertility, and now she ain't got no baby either." Come on, Queen. Excuse me. Tell me that's not mind blowing. You a dirty. That's dirty. But that's why he shut them wounds up. Because y'all was talking. Could you imagine if all of them was like, everybody that whispered about Mary being pregnant with Joseph being gone, they would never have no baby? And then y'all waited with vengeance in y'all heart for 33 years, nigga. 33 years. You've been waiting to see me hurt. Boy, listen, your haters is always watching and they don't forget. That's a homie. That baby. 33 years and 9 months or so, maybe. I don't know. Baby, you let hate sit in your heart. You didn't have to watch her. You didn't got on every tabloid. See, that's the thing I don't like. If I don't talk to you, I'm not going nowhere to look for none of your stuff. Mm-mm. You know how people swear up and down they don't talk to people, but they can tell you everything about their business, but they ain't seen them in a year? How do you do that? Because I'm not even talking to people that talk to them. Once you out of my life, you out. I try not to think about you at all. Unless God make me pray for you. But other than that, I will not be calling your phone. I will not be doing none of this. So I just be trying to figure out how they be knowing so much. You hate them, but you watch them all the time? That's weird to me. That's a little white vanish to me. Some of y'all be in virtual white vans. You hear me? Some of y'all be in virtual white vans watching the people you swear up and down you can't stand. Okay, moving on. We're just gonna get along here. Okay. All right. Let me stay on in my business. All right. The heads of the Jews spoke with the soldiers of Herod and hardened their hearts to kill Jesus. They had informed Herod that Pilate, with a great number of people, loved Jesus, and they had added, "We feared that in going to crucify him, those people might raise against us." Excuse me, and snatch him from our hands on the advice of Pilate. Give us therefore order and power to crucify him. And they had given him much money. And he had given them the power required, and he sent his soldiers to them. Do y'all realize that what old Queen of Hearts said is exactly that, and that's exactly what just happened with us in America? Hello? Everything that's happening now is going to unalive people in this country. And it was a certain set of people that gave a certain person money to give other people power to do whatever they wanted to do. So is Jesus a story repeating, and the Antichrist spirit been around for a long time? This literally just happened. Crazy, right? Right before he come back. So right before he left, it happens, and right before he comes back, it's happening. Interesting. Where you could be falsely accused of something and just unalived for it. Didn't matter if it was true. It mattered who had the most money. Moving on. Here we go. It says, and he had given them power and required and sent it, the power required and sent his soldiers to them. This is the reason why Pilate did not go out with them that day. He feared an armed conflict between him and the Jews. Interesting. Indeed, Pilate and his wife loved Jesus like their own soul, and the flogging that he had ordered for him was done in order to satisfy the wicked Jews, and so to save him from death. Y'all wonder why they took this out? Huh? Hello? Do they believe in Jesus to this day? Do they? Whole time Pilate was a good dude. He was. Well, kind of. They portray him, though, in a certain light. So that they can keep us in. So, do you think that this should have been in there? Some of them do. Some of them don't. That's why they don't want you saying Jesus in Jerusalem in places. That's why in Jerusalem in certain places, like if you say Jesus, don't they like spit on the ground or something? Yeah, some of them do, but some of them, the ones that got the money, they really don't. Some of them do, baby, but some of them, they don't even acknowledge. That's why they don't believe, like in the New Testament. That's why they won't read it. Yeah. They stay with what? The Torah or whatever they say? You said, yeah, I seen them. They got violent about it, even the little kids. Interesting. Yeah. Crazy, right? Anyway, here we go. Beep, beep, beep. All right. It says, had he known that they would crucify him if he were to die with his wife uh, and sons, he would not have laid hands on him at all. So the crazy thing is that Jesus's life was in so many other people's hands that acted like they couldn't stand up for what was right. That explains why they don't behave like the path to Golgotha is just another road. Exactly. Well, but auntie, who did he say made his house a den of thieves and a marketplace? His holy city and the synagogues was made in the marketplaces. That's what he said. And you can't get nothing for free in church. Maybe not even water. You can't park for free. You gotta, if you want a t-shirt, you gotta have $75 or you can't get it. You gotta buy your coffee there now. They used to get free breakfast and free food at churches. Now you can't get nothing free at church. Those same folks. Yep, auntie. Everything we seeing is exactly why he was over there kicking over tables. And they were buying politicians. They were buying the people of power. Oh, they still doing the same thing. Using wicked ways and backdoor deals to control the people. And anybody that spoke against them, well, you see what happened. For real. They ain't changed. Mm-hmm. They have not changed. Yep. Here we go. Beep, beep, beep. So we gonna go down a little bit. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get to. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I just wanted to get to this place. Okay. So I'm gonna run to the restroom. Now, let me ask you a question. You're welcome. When you're welcome. When you see this and you're hearing these things while I'm in the restroom, think about how much. I want y'all to go run the KJV, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, whichever Acts, any of them that got anything about the crucifixion, what they went through right after. Can you go just run over there and see where it said Mary said anything? Go look in your regular Bible or on your app and see what Mary, after Jesus got picked up, see what information they give us about Mary, what she said, what she did, where she was at, what happened after that. Thank you. Okay? Y'all hear me? Just real quick. Go over there. You can go on your app. You ain't even got to go get your Bible. You can ask scriptures about Mary, blah, 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 whatever, because AI is crazy now. So, can y'all do that for me, please? Just go look and see what our normal KJV talks about, what she said as her baby was being, crucified or anything. Just anything about Mary and the crucifixion that's in your regular Bible. Grab it for me. I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all, sorry about that. My water and coffee be moving. Literally just says that she was standing there and Jesus asked John to take care of her. You don't think Jesus would want us to know how his mama felt? Which goes right along with what we said, that John was there and everybody else was gone. I don't know how the people that read this said, oh, this isn't real, because there's no information about what Mary was feeling, what she went through. God is detailed. He's all in the details. You said it just states that she witnessed. So where would be her testimony of her son? You said what? So why wouldn't there be a testimony Why would she not have something to say? Like, where's her book? You think about this. The most important people in the Bible don't have a book. That don't stand out to y'all? Y'all don't think Cain wrote a book? He lived all them years. Seth, these people was living 900 years. You don't think it's nothing about them? It can tell us about the beginning, but there's no book about none of these people. I mean, how many of you know that Aswan, Egypt, that's the name of Adam and Eve, one of Adam and Eve's daughters, Aswan. Anwan or Aswan, it's interchangeable. She has depending on the language, she got a few names, but they call that the birthplace of civilization. Crazy. So we just thinking somebody named it that and not even knowing that that's the name of their daughter. Which is why folks be over there digging up stuff, because they know that the first people was over there in that area. But we don't do enough digging. We don't do enough digging. You hear me? You said they just omitted the part where she wept and those hags were horrible to her. Listen, they do not tell the true story. Do you hear me? They don't tell the true story. They don't. They don't. They don't tell the true story. They don't. And they don't put the rest of it in there. Come on. But this is the thing. Y'all don't think that this is important? You don't think it's important to know how Mary felt, the mother of Jesus? They cut out the part that shows how foul all this was. Exactly. Exactly. Now you understand why people don't now y'all know why people don't believe, because the rest of it ain't there. I've been reading another book that says once the Christians got a hold, and I'm not talking about the Christians we know now, I'm talking about the people in Rome. Once they got a hold to it, they started changing it. Okay? Because they needed it to look a certain way. Let me ask you a question. And they always say it was Mary Magdalene that seen him first, but it was actually his mother. Okay. Let me ask you this. Who got all the books? Who got all the books? Who got all the scrolls? Who got them? The Catholic Church, the Vatican. Who decides what goes in all the Bibles worldwide? Oh. Why can't nobody go see what's in there? Who deemed the books canon? They chose what went in and what didn't go in. How many disciples was made after the 12? 72. How many many books of the disciples do we get in the New Testament? And I be waiting for folks to realize it's the same story. The crazy Vatican underground with 52 miles of stuff we can't see. Can't be that much. It's already more people than books. Okay, nephew. Where the other 272 books at? That's more than the books that's in the Bible right now. No, I haven't been watching Conclave, baby. Do I need to start? 3, because Luke was not a disciple. Okay. We got Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Where the other books about the Pope dying and that whole thing, but this was made in 2024. Okay. Can you find the names of them? Let's do that real quick. You can. Tell me the names of the 72 disciples. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Cleopas is, or however you say that, might be one of the names on this list. I don't know for sure. Let me see. And they might give the first or the last name too. Okay. This is called Jet. This is all Jet. TP said Barnabas, John, Stephen, Philip, Evangelist. Okay. Philip, Barnabas, Cephas, Cleopas, Jonah, Mary Magdalene. They hiding because the disciples was Argabus the prophet, Amphius of Odysseus. Right, because sometimes they have different names. So it just depends on, okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Ananias, who baptized Paul, Bishop of Damascus. Okay, this is my class. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing some names that look familiar on my list. Bartholomew, Matt, Thomas, Peter, Paul. Okay. So answer me this. Now that y'all looking, if he told us 70 72? Why have we never went looking for the other books? If it says it was so many books of the miracles that Jesus did, why are we only satisfied with the ones that are in KJV? Hello? You said never explained it in church. You don't think they knew where they were? They've been in the library the whole time, a lot of them. The regular library in the biblical history section for years. Some of these books are from the 1800s. So, again, we taught there were no other books, even though they're named in the Bible. Okay. The Gospel of Nicodemus is very good. Some say if it's not in the 66, it wasn't supposed to be read. Can I show you something? I found a list, but I can't post the whole thing. It's okay, Pumpkin. Just list a couple, baby girl. That's all. Auntie, I just wanted folks to go looking so that they can see where they at. So the first Bibles, first it was Hebrew manuscripts, then it was the Septuagint, right? It tells you the years. The Jerome Vulgate came out in 390 AD. Then it was translated to over 500 languages by 400 AD. The language, the only language allowed was Latin by 600 AD. So the first Bible had 80 books with the Apocrypha in 1384 AD, right? So we're going to go down through all of these, right? And look here in 1611, what it say? It was 80 books. And then the second King James, 1782, there was only 66. You said a lot of people don't read the Bible. Why go look anywhere else for information? Man. Because then they could understand and they would love it even more every day. If you can explain to them which brother was with which sister and what race of people they started. And if you could teach them that the Greek gods are really the kings of Babylon and Assyria, and when they made it with the animals as to why Leviticus came around and Deuteronomy when it said don't sleep with animals and drink blood and stuff, you would know that the giants, the Nephilim, so then it makes people get more interested in the story. That's how these people got here, because they wanted more. They didn't just want basic, which would be the milk. And there's a lot of people that are still in church. They've been in church 60 years, but they still on the milk. They ain't never had no meat of the word, and it's crazy. And they'll hoop and holler about nothing, you know. Maybe that's why God gonna say, go away from me, you work of iniquity. I never knew you, because you never went to find out anything else besides what was in your face. I mean, I'm just saying. The fact that we can tell people that when Jesus was like 7 or 8, that he was bringing people back to life and unaliving folks and all kinds of stuff. He ran into the people. See, the way the Bible described it, he just came up on these people. But a lot of these people he grew up with, he played with his kids. But we don't know that because we don't go looking. You know? I ain't going to say we, I'm going to say people don't, because I did. Thank God. Even for the book of Jasher, something so simple. And I use this as an example because people would say, oh, it ain't in there. But in order for you to get the rest of the story to be able to tell it correctly, you have to go and find the mysteries. This would be one of them. Right in Joshua chapter 10, verse 13, it says, is it not written in the book of Jasher? When the sun stood still. Simple book. But it's mentioned in not one place, okay, but 3. Joshua 10, 2 Samuel. God gave you an example in the Old Testament and the New Testament that if you wanted to find out what was going on in these stories, you would have to go read the book of Jasher. Well, when you go read the book of Jasher, you find out a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay. He says, my people perish for the lack of knowledge. People use that against the people of the world, but sinners are not God's people. The Christians are. So who's suffering because they don't have enough information? It's not the sinners. The word only applies to you once you've received Jesus. So who don't got the information? He didn't say the sinners perish. He said my people that are called like by my name, like they the ones that's perishing. And he said your pastors, I rejected them. You know why I rejected them? Because they refused to learn. That's Hosea 4. They refused to learn. So then my people only gonna get right here when I got higher heights and deeper depths. They not gonna dig and they not gonna climb. Interesting. Because I don't know if you know anything about archaeology, but you either have to go high up in a mountain to find something old or dig way down deep to get it. And it's stuff that didn't nobody even else know existed. Because I come from a long line of PAW pastors. My grandmother just passed, and she was one of the first female pastors in the PAW. Believe it. Yeah, so I know what I'm talking about. Because when I went to folks and asked them where this book was, they kept saying it was lost. That was a lie. It was in the library in the biblical history section. So y'all can keep letting these pastors lie to you. They won't get to lie to me anymore. Because there's more to Jesus. There's more to God. There's more to his story. And it's so good and it's so deep. And it will cause you to weep. It is so good. But if you only want surface and you like going to Golden Corral and eating the same thing every time, well, of course you're going to love the regular Bible. But he said, I got hidden mysteries. A mystery, if you didn't read this cover to cover and you still didn't go look up another book, you missed the mystery and the cues. Because even in the New Testament, if you go to Onesiphorus, you read that in the New Testament, who was hanging with Paul, it takes you to the book of Paul and Thecla. The more research you do, and there's other books, the book of the Wars of the Lord, the book of Enoch. It'll take you all over the place. The book of the Jubilees. If you studied the Jubilees, it would have led you to the book of the Jubilees. If you really went and looked up what a Jubilee was, and went into it, it would have popped up, the book of the Jubilees. So did you really look? It's the difference between reading and studying. Jasher is in the mythology section in my library. Okay. Hidden mystery. So she said in Michigan, at her library, Jasher is in the mythology section. Even though it's mentioned in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? It's a scavenger hunt. And people don't want to go on it. Don't be mad at me because I like puzzles and stuff. I like mystery movies. I like to figure out the whodunit. You hear me? So, I want to know. Yes. So, you just think about it. Folks be ready to slap people upside the head with a book they don't even understand. Matter of fact, they really don't even believe it. Because, again, if you tell them that angels, the sons of God, after men had begun to multiply, and the sons of God, not men, not the sons of men, the sons of God, which is what Genesis 6 says, came down, and saw that the women of earth were beautiful, they blew their backs out and created the races of giants. But if you try to tell church folks that angels have reproductive organs, they'll lie to you and say that's not the truth, even though the scripture says it is. It makes a clear difference between the sons of God and the sons of men and the daughters of men. Clear indication there. It's clear. Do you understand? You hear me? So they don't want to hear it. This is why unbelief is a sin to them. Because they don't believe. If they pastor don't say it, they don't believe it. They don't even go looking for themselves. And he said that. He said they have closed up their ears and shut their eyes and said, I don't want to hear nothing. They only want to hear what makes their toes wiggle, which is money, fame, prestige, and looking down on people. That's what they want to hear. But Jesus was homeless. I've been homeless before a few times. Jesus was homeless. He said the stuff on earth is going to go away. My house is in heaven. So there's that. But anyway, I don't know. It's a scary thing that we are at the end. And like I said, I kind of got a bone to pick with pastors because we have less than 2 weeks maybe, and our shelves can be empty, and they're supposed to be preparing people for the coming of the Lord, and they only prepared them for the rapture, not the stuff that was going to happen leading up to that. They also lied and told people they wasn't going to be here for the food shortage, the famine, the mark of the beast, and all of that. And surprise, niggas, y'all here. Hopefully you're going to get prepared. It sucks that you had to wait until the last minute when God has been yelling and screaming at the top of his lungs to get ready. As a matter of fact, 2020 was a test run to make sure that y'all was seeing he was on his way. But you know, that's how I know they don't believe it, because they didn't move. If God tell you an invading army is coming, you don't sit there and wait. You get up and you get your shield and your sword and you get your armor on. If you're a soldier, they swear they fight in the army of the Lord. Well, did you know that our leader is almost here? And I'm not talking about the world's leader. I'm talking about this baby about to rock and roll. It's about to shake, rock and roll. These millionaires and billionaires think they about to inherit the earth and live comfortably. God said, I'm about to tear this bad boy up. You about to inherit nothing but destruction, babe. Hope that money helps you. Hope those nice things in gold rooms and all of that, because it's all about to melt in your face. Destruction. You inherited the same earth that like Lucifer did when he got here. It was just, all burned up and whatever, however it looked. They said that's the earth that they about to inherit with their father. So yeah. So it's for them. I want to know more. I'm not perfect. I'm still learning every single day. But I'm grateful for the information that he gave me, because it led me to a deeper understanding with him. You see what I'm saying? And then I can help other people fall in love with God. And that's the most important job you'll ever have, is to bring somebody to Christ. They can't come unless he called them, but you get to usher in them into. You said if nothing happens in 2 weeks, then what will you have to say? Oh, you must be new here. Ooh, that's funny. Anybody want to answer? Anybody want to let them know? Or you must not know who I am. You ain't been here in a while. Or never. Everything that's happening right now. Okay. Everything that's happening right now, I told people 3 years ago that it was going to happen. And so we prepared for it all. We don't got to run out and get nothing if the cabinets are empty. We don't have to worry about if the water goes bad. We don't have to worry about if the chicken has salmonella. We don't have to worry about if it ain't no rice. If they cut the power like they did over there in Paris, guess what? I'm gonna show you something. Because we knew it was coming, we prepared for lights out. We prepared for no water. We prepared for no heat. We prepared for the grocery stores to be empty like they were during 2020, but longer. We prepared. So we already knew about it. Oh, hunting we will go. Hunting we will go. I hold the deer. You said ain't no power. You said the cell phone service is out. You said ain't no internet. For real? No, there's no internet. There's no cell phones. There's no nothing. Really? For real? You said ain't no internet and the TV ain't working. Oh. Damn. You said sometimes you gotta give a warning to folks because they be crazy. You said what? Oh, never mind, huh? You said you just might have to go and chop down a tree or two or three or nigga, you never know. You said you might have to do what? Huh? You said you might have to do, huh? You said you might have to go outside. Oh, okay. Well, let's go then. Okay. Have you ever seen the movie Rambo? What about Crocodile Dundee? You ever seen that? You ever seen Crocodile Dundee? You... Crikey, mate. Oh. You said, what if nothing don't happen here? Huh? You said, what if nothing don't happen here? You said, what if the wastewater plants ain't happening? Waste management ain't happening? You said what? Oh, okay. I'm not worried about it not happening because he told us it was going to happen before it happened. And it's happening. We already knew that there was going to be no parcel moving. We knew that 3 years ago. We knew that every single thing, what you guys know as tariffs, was going to be. So when everybody else was balling out doing big crab boils and stuff, yeah, so we were buying like survival stuff while it was cheap. The water straws, these, we bought 5 of them for $39 3 years ago. 2 are $34.99 right now. 2 of these. We got 5 for $39. Now you can get 2 for $34. What's not happening? It's happening. Matter of fact, don't take my word for it. Is this it?
So I've seen in every single know that it's going to trickle down from the auto industry, then the food service, retail, so on and so forth. Well, I'm here to tell you it's already happening. I work for a company that is very close with the industry that moves the freight from those shipping containers all throughout the country. And we've just received yesterday our first round of layoffs. The company that I work for, by the end of 2025, globally, they're going to be laying off over 5% of the workforce. They've announced that it's going to be over 5,000 employees throughout the company in the world, and there's going to be about 5,000 contractors. So if they're assuming that it's going to be that much loss and there's not going to be anything to move, so there's not going to be anything in the store. So if they're assuming that it's going to be that much loss and there's not going to be anything to move, so there's not going to be anything in the store. So I'm here to tell you, here's the red flag.
Did God tell us there wouldn't be anything to buy 3 years ago? Just raise your hand if you was in any of my classes in the last 36 months. And he told us there will be nothing to buy. It won't matter how much money you have because there'll be nothing. Ball out. He said, while there's stuff to buy it now because it won't matter how much money you have. You won't be able to buy anything. Oh, okay. Okay.
It's happening. It's not going to be good. And if you don't have a place to be able to fuel the trucks, then he said there's not going to be any trucks. There's not going to be any goods to move, to buy, to have.
Just so you know, I went to school for this right before I got on TikTok. I had just finished school like a week before. I was a freight broker, so pay attention to patterns and stuff. Yeah, but let's go a little further, shall we?
So listen, if y'all think it's a game, when that top shelf, see that top shelf? When that top shelf starts to be bare, that's how you know they don't have a lot of overhead. Okay? So, don't be reactive, be proactive. Just come pick you up a couple of things because this Walmart is not bad. And that top shelf look a fool on.
Okay.
I say this with love in my heart. You have to start to try to put some food away. I don't want to panic you. I don't want to stress you. But they're interviewing Trump's guy. The guy who likes to say that we're talking to China, just apparently not out loud and with anybody who's a recognized representative of China. But when asked in an interview, well, like, what are you going to do about empty shelves? And remember, he's a 1%er. His 1%er answer is, well, I assume a lot of these places ordered stuff in advance. So, yeah, the boats might not be coming in. But, of course, Walmart just, stockpiled everybody's garage in Texas to, plan for this. 10 years ago, you could have told this lie on camera without blinking, and you might have gotten away with it. But since COVID, the entire globe became excruciatingly aware of how tight the margins are on stock and supply, how a one-day holdup at the Panama Canal can hold up a couch for 3 months. There are no fucking warehouses sitting around with a year's worth of ingredients. Normally you go to CVS and it's let's call it Christmas, and above all the Christmas decorations,
most of the major ports are confirming that things aren't coming in. Did we talk about it? The scary part is when you can't see it when it's right in your face. And you have allowed yourself to believe a lie because you didn't prepare. So all the people giving you pushback, it's just the people that didn't prepare. And they told you were crazy and they called you a conspiracy theorist because they thought that it was going to be like COVID this time. But God told us it wasn't going to be no benefits. The GOV was not going to be handing out nothing free but a commodity box. And if you want to say that that's going to feed your family for 30 days, well, then do that. But we know it wouldn't because in October of 22, we went and looked up what all a commodity box had in it. And we knew that that wouldn't feed our families. And so then we started to learn to make butter on our own and bread. We bought bread books. We bought books about growing vegetables. And we started to lower our pride and go to food banks and the like to stock up on canned goods and stuff because we believe what God said. So like I said, it's a whole bunch of Christians that lied and said that it ain't nothing they got to worry about when Jesus, literally, God said it was going to be famine in the last days. And we're here. It's not my problem that you don't believe. Because faith is God telling you something, you don't see it yet, but you get up and you move. Well, 3 years ago, people said that I was a false prophet and that you don't have to worry about that because the rapture is coming. Well, the rapture ain't happened. Y'all still here. We have the Mark of the Beast that will be going viral soon, May 7th. There is food shortage like we've never seen before that's going to be here. And then right after that, our president just signed on the 28th or the 29th a thing where he can use the military. Well, that's funny because if we run out of food, that would be, y'all seen what happened in the disaster zones and stuff. It don't be no gas, it don't be no food, people getting stabbed over toilet paper and stuff like that. So if you want to have yourself out in the chaos, you go right ahead. I don't have to see it to believe it. I can believe it before I see it. And that's why I was prepared for 2020, and well, I'm prepared for this too. So there's that. Because I believe God. Other people feel like going to, you ain't hurt nobody but yourself, because you are the one that ain't gonna be ready. Because you don't want to believe nothing. That don't have nothing to do with me. They said my people are gonna perish for the lack of knowledge, which means they don't want to hear nothing. So then they can't prepare for something they don't want to hear. That don't have nothing to do with me. Because the people that God sent to me, guess what? Yeah. And the advisor of national security just stepped down. We talked about that. We talked about American citizens being carted off. We talked about the immigrants or the migrants being put into places for practice so that they know it works. And now they're talking about doing the same thing to American people. So, I mean, God told us that 3 years ago, too. This ain't catching us by surprise. We already knew. That's why we started buying things like this. We knew that the schools were going to go away, the Department of Education. So we started stocking up on books and coloring books and old books and maps and all kinds of stuff. You said, I remember when you first started. Listen, yeah. Yep. But before I talked about COVID, the videos that I had on there was about food prep. Before I ever talked about the giants, I was showing people how to dehydrate milk, essentials you need to have in your cabinet just in case. Yeah. So that was what I was on here. That wasn't a classy lady. Yeah. Everything that's happening now, that's what I originally got on here and did. Telling people to prepare for everything we see now, when nobody was going to be working, when no parcel was going to be moving, no trucks, no none of that. Yeah. And now 3 years later, 36 months later, I went viral in February of 22. February, about 2 months ago. So here we go. And every single thing that God told us is happening right now. You said you just came out of Walmart. They taking cards, no cash. Interesting. We talked about that. Yep. You just found out you're pregnant. Congratulations. Congratulations, pumpkin butt. We got a look. We had a circle little pop out and one popped in the same 2 days. Riz, I think you're right. We had about 150. It happens like that. This is like, I don't know how many times that didn't happen, that somebody went in the hospital to have a baby and then within a day or two somebody else is pregnant. Baby, listen, these circle littles ain't quick coming. You hear me? They playing tag. It's so many new babies that's been born over here. It is crazy. Listen. So, again, If you have a 401k, stocks, bonds, a shoebox under your bed, do not listen to these people telling you, oh, don't go panic buy. I would not let them run my house if I was you. You ain't got to be panicked. Just go buy your stuff. Don't let them talk you out of having what you need for your family. Who panicked? I'm just buying what I need. It ain't no different from when I go to Costco, honey. Y'all don't say that when y'all see them women walking out with 4 and 5 cards on a regular Friday. What I'm gonna need you to do is mind your business. You gonna tell them, don't let them tell you don't feed your kids. Don't have no water. Don't have no electrical stuff. Okay, well, I hope you can go stay at their house in the dark with them, or I mean, because if y'all haven't paid attention, all of the natural disasters, people were saying we didn't have no food, we didn't have no water. This wasn't even a pandemic or anything like that. It was just a flood or a hurricane or a tornado. So if you want to leave your life in the hands of others and you haven't paid attention to none of the stuff that's been going on in the last 3 years, that's on you. Listen, so you can't get mad at nobody else if they don't want to open their door to you, or if you, I mean, you're making your choice on whether you can feed your kids now by listening to the news. And I'm going to tell you something. It's really sad because we talked about this, that most people wouldn't start prepping until the news talked about it, which is the wrong time, because if the news is talking about it, it's really dang near too late. I mean, you can still do it, but it's they gonna tell you when it's happening or after it's already happened, not before. So I'm gonna tell y'all right now, ain't no way in hell that I would let somebody talk me out of buying what I need. And that's just my opinion. Now y'all can do what y'all want to do. But people was telling me I shouldn't have been buying all the stuff I was buying before COVID. And then all those same people during COVID was standing out in the lines. When you hear it on the news, it's too late. Even my mama. Girl, I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all that. And then she was out in them lines at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning trying to get toilet paper and stuff. And bleach and pine sol and everything else. You said I've been in the dark a few times, so I made sure I was prepared. Come on, sis. This. So if you want to wait and depend on the government that's showing you they don't care, then do you. They already showing they don't care if you got medicine, they don't care if you got food, they couldn't be about food stamps, they couldn't housing, they couldn't insurance, everything, jobs. So, I mean, do you? You said this new credit card about to get swiped at every register. Listen, I mean, I feel like it'll be better, because if it ain't gonna be nothing to buy, what good is stacks of money gonna be? You ain't gonna be able to do nothing with them. Gold and jewelry, God said that stuff gonna be thrown in the streets, and or it's gonna be a piece of bread is gonna be worth more than that. Do you believe the Bible? Why you got your big? I mean, I was living in Houston during the freeze in Texas in 2020. People had no food, water, and no way of staying warm. Most of our pipes burst and flooded our homes. They didn't even leave adequate blankets, even have adequate. Okay, this. And that was just the freeze and pipes busting. So what you think they gonna do with 60 days without no food or no nothing? Girl. And that's why by July 30th, that man will be able to use the military against the people, because people gonna be hungry and they gonna be stressed out. That's what's gonna happen, and the Bible said it would. This is how they gonna force people to take the mark, to be able to buy or sell food, to be able to work. They're not laying all these people off for nothing. In order to go back to work, you're gonna have to take that mark. Buy or sell. That's your time. That means a job can't buy your time, which is hiring you. And you can't sell it to nobody unless you have that thing. Oh. Oh. All of it is where it needs to be. It's just, are you listening? They were fighting in Starbucks over the last cups of regular black coffee because that's all that was available at the time. The shelves were picked clean. Come on, I'm trying to tell you, I'm not trying to be in that. I'm not trying to be in that. I don't want any parts of it. I have. Yep. Well, see, this is the thing. A lot of people don't know they making you register personal gardens, and you won't be able to feed nobody else out of them. They did that in 22. You'll be needing trying to grow as much stuff as you can on the inside, because once there ain't no food in the store, people is not gonna care about hopping over your fence and taking what you got. So be mindful of that too. I'll be trying to get a tin or something, disguise it as something else. You said selling they soul for food, like Esau sold his birthright. Exactly. Thank you. Yep, I didn't. My clippers or some scissors. You was trying to get chickens. Yep. Listen. So, I would not listen to people telling me not to buy nothing. Because them will be the same people that gonna tell you they ain't got nothing for you when you and your kids is hungry, you and your wife, you and your husband, you and your whoever live with you. Canned goods is better than no food. Dehydrated food, whatever you can find. Because we've been deceived into thinking that life is always gonna be good. And that's not even a thing. They are not allowing them in our neighborhood. What? Gardens? Are you serious? Right, but you're not going to be able to just keep that. Do y'all think that people just going to let you have all these ripe tomatoes and cucumbers and stuff on your... and they can see it? Oh, yeah. Okay, chickens. Got it. I've been learning how to fast. The longest fast I did was 7 days, no food. Definitely good. Something to do. Definitely. I'm not a fan of pew-pews, but my coworker out of the blue just told me to get one. I thought about, right? Yeah. I've been telling y'all nephew to get a vest forever. I hope he listening. Yeah. So, I mean, if in 90 days our stores have been empty for 6 weeks already, by the time 90 days hits, what do you think that our world is going to look like? I don't know. You would have to look it up and see, Pumpkin. Huh? We put up blackout curtains all throughout the house. We even have them on our patio. It's nobody business what we doing in here. This. Yeah. Yeah. Listen. Who remembers what happened during 2020 when everybody kept telling people not to worry and don't panic buy and don't do this and that, and people got online and said they listened to those people, and then they didn't have food for their kids? Y'all don't remember? People was telling people don't believe it, they're hyping it up, this, that, and the other. They're not gonna shut down America, that can't happen, this, that, and the other. Them was the same people crying on the news. They kept saying it was fake till they went to the grocery store and it really wasn't no food in there. And they couldn't find formula for their babies. So do you want to wait? And this time they saying they don't know when it's gonna be. See, y'all not listening to the words. They not looking for another ship to come until August. They said it could be August. If he don't get this together, before another ship with goodies on it come. What, if that, exactly. They were panicking and fighting in stores. The people were hungry and money couldn't help them. The top shelves at our HEB Texas grocery stores was nearly empty yesterday. Here we go. So you want to wait? You want to wait? Huh? You want to put your baby's livelihood. Y'all ain't seen what's happening over there in what's the name? That them people is eating bread with flies on it in Gaza. They looking through dung heaps basically, and it's sour bread that's been set out and got stale, and it's flies on it, and they picking that. They eating salt. You need to go look at Al Jazeera and go look at what's going on over there. See, people feel like because it ain't happening where you at that you don't got to worry about it. Oh, it's coming. No soap, the man said, to wash your body or your clothes. We made soap, did we not? How many of y'all started making? We made soap because God said it wasn't gonna be no soap, and now over there they said it ain't gonna be no soap. Guess what's about to happen? Guess what should have been on them boats? Soap, shampoo, conditioner, deodorant, toothpaste, washing powder, Pine Style bleach, fish. If you go to your local grocery store and look in the frozen section, most of that fish come from China. Did you know? Most of your shrimp, China. A lot of our chicken and stuff too. What about your seasonings? They come from over there. Noodles? Mm-hmm. Yep, that's not gonna be too long. What is it? Lolo Reed, because they're shutting down the national parks and stuff. I just seen a guy saying they're closing all the fishing holes in like Kansas or different parts of Missouri. Yeah, it won't be no hunting and game, nothing no more. Yeah, they closing them. Unless you got something on your property, yeah, it won't be none of that. They're already doing it. The fish and hunting and game places, yeah, they shutting that down. Uh-huh. The lakes where you go fishing, yeah, no, they shutting that down. They already doing it. You said I better make sure we got some grills and some lighter fluid. You ain't gonna be able to cook outside if it ain't no food. Y'all is crazy. You think if people ain't had food for 2 weeks and they smell you, you're gonna need a butane stove for the inside of your house. You're not gonna be able to cook. Y'all ain't watched the crazy scary movies, have y'all? You ain't never watched the end of the world movie, I could tell. No, I'm just playing. You ain't just gonna have to worry about them. You're gonna have to worry about animals too, because once this starts happening, the animals are gonna come out of the woods. They already crazy. I was looking into how to preserve meat instead of freezing and refrigeration. Yep. Get on that right now. Dehydration, canning, or either water bathing. Yeah. Yeah. breaking out of zoos and everything. Because who gonna feed them? If it ain't no food for us, it ain't gonna be no food for them either. Yeah. So, I know people are telling y'all what not to do. But if we ain't, you said, I listened to my sister and prepared. Listen to God. That's why we trying to tell people, like, I saw you can store it in Laura too. Okay, thank you, Miss Laura. It's not too late, right? It's like the Hunger Games. Exactly. Do you have a YouTube channel that shows you how to do this stuff? No, but there are other YouTubes. I do have a survival video on YouTube though, where I tell you what I feel like you need to get. There's two of them. It's CERCA TROVA 22, Survival and Survival 2.0. So there are different videos. Those are things that I go through that I feel like are your most basic needs. Like if they hit our power grid and you got to heat up your house and you got to cook and things like that, there's going to be things, because people think, oh, I'll just get gas and do a generator. Well, the gas be running out fast and people be fighting over it. So you're going to need some solar, maybe some butane stoves and things like that. Yes, same as my name on TikTok. Yes, ma'am. I figured out how to make soap, shampoo with distilled water, cloves, and coconut oil. Yes, this. Wait a minute. With distilled water, cloves, and coconut oil. I think I got all of that in here. I think I already got all of those things. Yeah, so, Nisi Poo. Yeah. So, I'm not going to keep you all, but I hope and pray. Same thing I've been saying for 3 years. Because I believe that God wanted us to know. And he didn't want people to be caught off guard. But as you can see, a lot of people feel like they're caught off guard. Okay? So, thank you, Pumpkin. So understand, do not listen to these crazy folks that don't believe what God said about famine coming. It's not coming. We're in it. You would be silly not to buy what you can afford right now. And people was like, I'm not taking my 401k out. Well, be hungry then. I don't know what to tell you, because you're going to have all that money and you're going to be nothing to do with it. If you haven't went and watched stuff about the Great Depression and World War II, you'll need to go watch as many documentaries as quickly as you can and pay attention. Don't be doing other stuff, because that's about to be our life. Worse, actually. Yeah, there's books in my Amazon store, a couple of them. And yeah, because I don't think they in here. They in my room. But there are some books in my Amazon storefront that'll help you with like different. I don't know where they at. I think they're already in my room. They already in my room. You're welcome. I learned something new in this class. I ain't listening to these other folks. Listen, this is my thing. I didn't let my great grandmother was adamant about me knowing how to boil things down and eat frugally. Come on. Living through the Great Depression taught her survival. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah. Thank you. This is the thing, y'all. You can be silly if you want to. All you got to do is think about if or not you were ready for COVID. If you were not prepared for COVID, you shouldn't be listening to nobody right now. You should be getting your stuff. If you wasn't prepared for COVID and you were stressed, even though the signs were there way before COVID, but if you weren't, I don't know why you listening to nobody that was out there in the lines with you. You wasn't ready, Shirley? Well, Shirley, I'm going to say get on it now. You don't, because this is going to be worse. It is. It's going to be worse. It already is worse. Because there's no stock market to get no loans, and all of the world economy is crashed. And that's the thing. People think this is only happening in America. It's happening everywhere. The whole world is going to be affected by this, because God said this ruler is going to be over the whole world. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Ida. You understand? So, all I'm going to say is this. If the crazy part is, when you try to warn people, they say you fear mongering. No, no. Hey, you know I don't be over here, Angel. I was forced to come to the hood today. And now I see why. Yeah, I don't be over here. We be, we still be in class. We just be at our other house. Mm-hmm. We be at our other house. Yeah. So, it's crazy, huh, though? You don't think it's crazy, Pumpkin? All that stuff that we talked about 3 years ago that I was on here yelling like a crazy person trying to, I don't care if you believe it, it's going to happen. You see how calm I am right now? We in it. I read all the different versions in the lost books of the Bible, Pumpkin. The rest of the stories. It's so juicy. It's better than uh, the good books that y'all used to read. It's better than that. It'll make your toes wiggle till you pacing. Yeah. I might not leave y'all just now. Give me a second. Just give me one moment. I don't want to stress people out, but this is serious. Sis. Just think if we didn't listen, where would we all be right now? Crazy like the rest of the world. If we didn't listen to God and we just was like, whatever, I'll deal with it when I deal with it. You hear me? What happened? You said, and with these prices now, right? I would be stressed too. Because guess what? I went back and looked at a lot of the stuff that we bought from 22 that we was sending out and stuff. Yeah, it's different. It's real different. You said the thing that scares me is that my sisters are not preparing. Why is that scaring you? Did you prepare? God said it's going to be a lot more people lost than make it. I don't know why y'all be looking at them numbers. Off topic, your eyes are beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Triple the price. Come on. You said, I remember you talking about this stuff years ago. I've been stocking ever since. Come on with it. Come on with it. Come on with it. With it. With it. Listen. Naya, look on my list up there, please, if you can. You got to look at all of that stuff is in my Amazon storefront. Yeah. It depends on which lost books you're looking for, too. Which lost books are you looking for? Is there a specific one you're looking for? Send me an email to CERCATROVA22@gmail.com, please. CERCATROVA22@gmail.com. I mean, is it Trova Circa, y'all? Trova Circa. It is Trova Circa. It's TrovaCirca@gmail.com. Which one is it, y'all? It's one of them. I think it's Trova Circa. It is. It's Trova Circa, ain't it? Is it, y'all? Is it Trova Circa or Circa Trova? It's a whole bunch of them. Oh, you felt it? Now, this was my bob. Remember? Remember my bob? You remember it? It's growing out. Remember it was like up here. I was like, I don't know what happened. And that man laughed in my face when I told him about my dream. Because he had cut my hair and gave me that girl haircut. So this is what happened. The bob is coming down. Right? Thank you. But I got some breakage. So I'm thinking some stuff that broke off of here. It's okay. It's all right though. You hear me? It's okay. It's all right because it is some folks that fell out of my life, which is really crazy. So I ain't, it is what it is. This is my journey. Yeah. And it ain't about to be no weave. How y'all girls handling that? Y'all got y'all weaves? Y'all know y'all can wash them and take them tracks off and remake them into other stuff. You can glue that onto a stocking cap because that's what we used to do. We used to throw the hair under the cabinet and we'll take a wig apart, synthetic and real. And we made our own wigs before they came out with the U-part stuff. We did that. When we use Morning Glory and then protein and stuff and spritz and stuff. See, don't throw your hair away. Because you're going to need it because it ain't going to be nothing on the boats for a minute. So, and I don't suggest you run up in no store and try to run out with nothing because the people is going to be here. The people with the tanks. So just learn how to reuse your weave. You're going to want to learn how to do a microwave ponytail because you can make that into a roller set. And if you put the curls all one way, you can make you a French roll with that same hair. 30 a 32 piece or a 27 piece or whatever you want to call it. Once you didn't cut it down, you can use that same hair. Just don't throw it away. Split the tracks now, but I don't know if they still give y'all the good hair. We got good thick hair, so we use the yaki. So we can split the track and the hair would go and right. Y'all gonna need to learn all those tools. They can't be doing nothing. Oh, they can't do nothing about no balding lace. Oh. As long as I have scissors, I'm good. The way I be attacking my hair with these scissors, listen. And now they're saying chemicals in the wigs are harming us. I believe that. Because when I stopped wearing weave, my hair grew down my back. That ain't never happened. I've been a bald head my whole life. One little bitty black rubber band, and not the big ones. Y'all know the ones you put on the end before you put the baba on? That's all I used to need. That ain't my story no more. That ain't my story. I got rid of the creamy crack. I got rid of all of that. And guess what? The hair is hair. And you hear me? Let's do it. Yeah, got rid of it. I said, God, why you want them people to see my nappy hair? He said, you want some hair, don't you? Well, you ain't gonna get none covering it up. And why you don't want them to see your nappy edges? That's the hair I chose for you. You don't like it or something? You don't like it? It's kind of thin and it doesn't really grow. He said it don't grow because you keep on covering it up. Let it be free. And looky. God is good. You hear me? Thank you. I'm excited about it. And I'm going gray all the way too. So I'm about to be looking like Mosette around here. You hear me? What do I put on my scalp? I don't put anything on my scalp. Because if I do, I will scratch it bald. That's why I can't do the super sleek retwist. Because my hair is super thin. Y'all don't know that, but it is. And yeah, I can't put oils and parabens and all of that stuff. So I use Jerry curl juice on my hair. That's what I use. The same stuff we used to use in the 80s. Jerry curl juice, I use that. That's what I use on my locks. And now I use the slimy oil. You said, do I think I would have grown without locks? Yes, but I did ask God to let my hair grow as my spiritual life grew. I do. This is the thing, knowledge has always been a thing. I've always been in the habit of growing myself or wanting to do more because the people that were around me, they're trapped in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. And so I got up and moved away from my family. I've always been a progressive person. I don't want to keep doing the same stuff. I don't do circles with people. I was so physically sick when I started following you. I never thought I'd be able to do anything for myself. I listened to you and started stocking up, and my family called me a conspiracy theorist. Uh-oh. You not sick now, Miss Patsy? It's a lot of people that ain't sick no more. That's because when Jesus shows up in the midst, sickness can't just stay around and linger like it wants to. Y'all know that, right? It probably would have. Yeah. No. No, no, but I thought you don't know this. When I started my locks, I asked God to let my hair grow as my spirit grew. That's why it's this long. But I'm sure it would have. It still would have did that, but I started my locks. Yeah. But my hair does better when I leave it alone. I wouldn't have left it alone. I would have been putting braids and this and that on it. I wouldn't have done that. My son thinks you're cool because you have locks like him. He said, I don't have locks though, so I'm not cool. Oh, out of the mouth of babes. Nephew, we is cool. We got locks, nephew. Not nephew, he's 4, y'all. 3 or 4. Then tell his mama she ain't cool because me and my my teacher CERCA, we got locks. But mommy, you're not cool because you're dope. You don't have no locks like me and my teacher. Them babies love their teacher CERCA. Y'all better quit playing. I'm trying to tell you, they know what it is. They know. I stopped taking all the meds and started trusting his word and the promises. Now think about this. All of y'all that quit taking all that medicine, look at what they doing now. People are stressed out because they don't think they're going to be able to get their medicine. People are not able to get their medicine. You hear me? That part, Angel. He over here cracking up now, laughing at me. It's okay, nephew. You're right. You hear me? No, your mommy is cool. She is very cool. You have one of the coolest and smartest mommies on the planet, baby. But think about that. You stop taking your medicine, and how many of you feel better? All that stuff just went away. You know what's crazy? You started using the real medicine. Who knows what the real medicine is? Anybody want to tell us, hey, how many prescriptions you don't take anymore? Can y'all just put the number up there? The word is the real medicine. Interesting. How many of you realize that some of your illnesses was because of things that you did? You stopped taking 10 medications. How many medications y'all stopped taking? Let me see. You started taking 1 prescription and it got rid of all the other ones. Anybody else? 3. You used to take 3. You used to take 7. 38 plus injections. 6. 2. At least 5. 9. 6. Interesting. Ooh. And stop feeling depressed and anxious. Okay, you used to take 2. You used to take 12. See what happened when the real Holy Ghost show up? You stop 4 or 5 medications. Interesting. Really? I told you. Because a lot of people don't know that their medicine is named after demons that cause the sickness. But we're going to move on. Or other ones. Yep. Look at God, though. Look what happens. Do you see? And now, look at, what do they say? 71% of our prescriptions? 71% of our medicine comes from overseas? Up to 71% or maybe more? You said snake venom is used in blood pressure meds and others, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Krista. Trova CERCA. Okay. So soon as you got into your word, you wasn't sick no more? How many of you will be honest and say that you know it was sin sick? Because your mind was sick. And it made your heart sick. And then your body started to feel it. But once you started to put in the medicine of the word and acknowledge where you went and got contaminated, all of a sudden things just started to heal on their own. Ain't that crazy? Crazy. Because once you stop doing the stuff that you didn't even know that God didn't like, all of a sudden the sickness was gone. That's nuts. I tried to tell her it's because of my faith, and she would not believe it. I'm trying to tell you. Your doctor, can I tell him your story? This young lady was on a walker and everything, y'all. And she was taking the most medication that a large number. There might have been more people that just didn't tell us. None of that. And she can wear her kitten heels now. What? Been on a walker. She don't use no walker no more. She's not taking all of those medicines anymore, honey. And she can put her kitten heels on, be putting her pepper steppers on. You said what? She said, and two. Mind y'all, she's Canadian. She ain't even from America. How about that? Well, she lives in there, so God is healing across the country lines too. Don't even trip. Now I do herbs and study Dad's word. It never felt so great. Never go back to the world of sin and mess. Look, when you remove the sin, sickness leaves. A lot of people don't realize that when God would tell the demons to leave, either he would tell the sickness to leave first and then the demons, or tell the person to repent of their sin and then they was made well. So that means sin and sickness go together, right? And demons and sickness go together. So either he told them they needed to repent and they wouldn't be sick anymore and change their ways, or he told the demon that had got into that person. You said, and you had 3 back surgeries. Come on. He said the demon that got in when you was a little kid through your hurt and your bitterness that you wouldn't let go because they did you so bad and you never gonna let go of it and you'll never forgive them, will keep being tortured by those demons. They want you to say never. That means into eternity as well. You said, I repented, renounced, denounced, and rebuked those diagnoses and ate clean. Come on. Ain't that crazy? Depression comes from you not letting go. Say it with me. That could be letting go of what God told you you can't have, letting go of your will for your life, letting go of trying to control others, because a lot of people that be trying to control others be sick. Well, something is controlling you too. The evil spirit that is having you try to control other people is making you sick. Did you know? Depression comes from not letting go. It does. Didn't the song say, save my sin, sick soul? Okay. It's a real thing. And nobody is perfect. But if you know bird flu is running around, why you gonna keep going where they told you they found it at? If somebody said everybody in my house got COVID, you gonna go over there and be breathing in the air all hard? That's what you're gonna do. Because every time that you feel like you don't need God to help you in your situations, it's like going to sit in a house with 50 COVID people with no mask, touching on them and letting them cough in your face like kids do with their whole tonsils. I'm about to screen record this because she don't believe nothing. I went for deliverance and I had a snake-like demon wrapped around my back. It was due to unforgiveness and anger. Here we go. Tell them, Auntie Patsy. Y'all know when them kids cough, you can see they whole everything. Why is you coughing like that with your whole mouth in my face? Hello. Bird flu going around, but you still want to sit in the chicken coop. This. And that's why I don't. Because you're not about to keep dragging me back to the sick place. To where they got the sick. And I'm not talking about the club or this or that. I'm saying a state of mind first. Because when you heal your mind, your body will heal. Taking that medication was allowing them demons to run havoc with side effects that it was giving. Yep. Be coughing they whole chest and mouth. Why? Girl! Putting your little speckles of spit on my face. Gone. And it seemed like they hold it till they get right in your face. You said the esophagus just be all out. Listen. Why is you coughing in my face like that? They be like, They wait till they get right in your face and try to say mama and spit all in your face if you don't move. Listen, that part. Make eye contact and everything. This, so you can see them. Get away from me. And don't have a plate. They gonna cough on it because you know they gonna give you go here. You didn't got spit. You don't want me, but I didn't cough on it, mama. I didn't spit. And then laugh. You're right. Don't come and sneeze all over my food. You know what you're doing, and I'm still not gonna give it to you. I prayed over this food. I'm about to eat it, and I'm just gonna elbow you next time. I'm gonna elbow you. That's what I'm gonna do. So let me ask you a question. Now that we saying that, is it crazy? Listen, mine is gone. She shove her hand in my plate real fast like a little crumb. Girl, they arms is so, they little hands to be this big, be so fast, and you can never pry them open once they get what they need. They need to make a lock after the kids' hands, because the childproof locks they make, they not childproof, but they need to figure out what the science is on a little kid fist, and whatever locks they make, they, because you can't get them open. And you would think for it to be so little, they muscles wouldn't be so strong. But try to take a chicken bone from them, a barrette, a penny, a rock, fast and strong. I'm trying to tell you, and they be watching it like that. As soon as you, they know they ain't even got to be able to walk. Will tip your plate over too and kick it if they can't have none. You be trying to hold them like this and eat, slap it out your hand. They ain't even old enough to crawl, baby. I don't play with them kids. Mm-hmm. You said, well, I didn't like that. You're about to call. Listen, that part. She gets her own plate of chicken and rice. I'm not about to fight her. That part. Get your, here. My son just hits me with the, I like those. I tell him it's hot chips. He just say, those are not hot for me. Girl, I already know how they do. Listen, you said it was just fighting my daughter over a pen. I'm trying to tell you. My little cousin showed me a picture of his drawing. I said it looks dark. And he said he drew his dream about the world burning up like I told him it would. Interesting. Also, God putting it on his head. They had to get my kids to open the childproof containers. It's grown-up proof. I'm trying to tell you because they can get it open. Yeah, they can get it open. You said listening to this trying to stop my 8-month-old from taking my phone. Like, don't listen to her, Mom. Don't listen to her. Listen, they can get in all the stuff they're not supposed to. Listen. I just tried to take my pen back from my grandson. It was impossible. I already know how it go. Listen, they will fight you too. Like, they get aggressive. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yeah. So let me ask you this. Listen, you said nothing else give you a lot of noodles of your kids. Huh? So let me ask you this. If God presents an opportunity for those of you that have not stocked up, will you do it? All of them fight depression. Start at the beginning. So, okay. You need to read Adam and Eve. Okay, is there anybody in here that feel like they don't never do nothing right, or they always get to a point and it seems like the bottom falls out of their life? Anybody feel that? You always feel like you get to a certain point? Or are you the person that say it's always something? Who says it's always something? Raise your hand. Are you a person that say it's always something? Yeah. Stop saying that. Do you realize? Okay, let me put you on. Some of my people know this, some of them don't. But look here. If a bad thing happens right now, say you get a call and it's bad news, okay? You get your call, it's bad news. And you follow that bad news with, it's always something You just spoke another bad situation into your life. But if you get that call and you say, God, I know you're going to take care of it, and I ask you to give me peace, then guess what you didn't speak over your life for next week? Because even though you didn't say it's always something bad happening, God listened to the intent of your heart, your intentions. So when you were thinking, oh my God, another bad thing, then you said, it's going to be another bad thing. It's always going to be another bad thing. Instead of saying, God, I know you're going to take care of this. Yes, I know this is horrible news, but I'm not going to worry about it because I know God is going to take care of it. He told me that any problem that I have, all I got to do is bring it to him. So matter of fact, I'm going to go pray. I'm going to call you back. No, I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to go pray, and then I might call you back. I'm not speaking it's always something over my life. I used to. And I let other people, I said, whoa, wait a minute. Why do I keep asking for more bad stuff? That don't make no sense. When God says you have what you speak, and whatever you think, you're going to say it, and whatever you say, you're going to do it. No, thank you. You said, won't do that anymore. Oh, okay. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Yeah, same thing. Why would I be speaking more craziness on me? I'm saying I want more trouble. I'm saying I want more disaster. I want more disappointment. No. No, I'm not doing that. If you get up and say you tired, what happened? You be tired for the rest of the day. If you get up and say, God, oh, please give me the energy to make it through this day, all of a sudden you get a burst of energy. If you getting ready to go to work and you say, oh, if they say something to me, I'm already going to have an attitude. The devil say, bet, I'm waiting on you at the door. Because negative energy magnifies as well. And sometimes it spreads faster than good energy. And the devil wants it to be strife at your job. He wants it to be arguing and attitudes and cold and all of that. So you go home and you treat your family the same way. Clock it. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to treat the lady at the store rude, and then the man at the gas station and at the restaurant that you might choose to go eat at. You're welcome. If you don't let go, you will be depressed. I'm never letting it go. Well, shut up talking about the weight then. I'm going to show you an example of yourself. Okay. Come on. I know this ain't right. I need to get this together, but we just gonna use it for this just right now. Oh, shit. This happened to me when I'm 15 and I'm still carrying it. They call me a no good, dirty wench and a hoe, and I'm still carrying it. My grandma said I'll never be nothing when I was 4, and I'm still carrying it. My ex-husband said I wasn't nothing, and I'm still carrying it. Because every year this bag, I'm adding something to it that I can't even go back and change. So if I just keep putting disappointment in this bag, if I keep rehashing or rehearsing the hurt, I'm just making this bag heavier. I guess I would be depressed if I am rehashing everything or rehearsing everything that happened to me from the time I'm 5. I ain't let it go. So 30 years of holding on to you ain't then made you lose 30 years of opportunity opportunity because God said, I never said that. Your baby mama said you ain't gonna be nothing. You been holding on to it. Your grandma told you you was gonna go to jail, but you ain't there yet, so why you keep talking about it? You said, let me go repent, y'all. I'll be right back. This. You only depressed because you ain't put it in God's hands. You still holding on. You can't go back to 5. You can't go back to 25. You can't go back to 35. Why is you still holding on to it? I have to talk about my marriage because of the way that I teach. But baby, I ain't holding on to what went wrong in my marriage. I have to sometimes go search for a picture to remember what the nigga looked like. All jokes aside, I said, dang, that's crazy. I can't even remember this nigga face and was married to him for 5 years. Oh, you did look like that because I ain't holding on to it. Now, I have to talk about the things that I went through as my testimony, but it ain't stopping me from being in love again. And it dang sure ain't stopping what God got popping. So, you know what I'm saying? My first marriage, it didn't work and I left. I ain't saying I hate marriage or nothing. No, marriage is amazing. It just got to be amazing between two people that is amazing. You got to value relationship. So why would I let, he made me sad for 5 years. So I'm going to let him make me sad for another 5? Oh, you giving people control of your life. Oh, okay. So she made you miserable for 5. So then you going to go treat somebody else bad so that you can be miserable for 20? Oh, okay. Well, do you, boo? I don't know. That's kind of crazy to me, but whatever. Oh, we're at the same for real because I don't remember the man's face. And my son, look this. Let me go look at a picture of this nigga to remember what he looked like. And seen him every day for 5 years just about. And see, God didn't wipe that clean, honey. Thank you. I tell you, once I said, I guess he ain't that bad looking. Dang. My mama said I was never gonna be nothing. What does that mean? I did everything I wanted to do, and she's still stuck in 1970, talking about what she got to go back to. Baby, I ain't trying to go back to nothing. I don't live in the past. Anything that I wanted to do, I accomplished it. Do you hear me? Any and everything. If I wanted to start a business, I did it. If I wanted to learn how to build beds, I did. If I built these shelves behind me with my own tools. Well, didn't nobody help me build them. A man come help me move it in here because it weighed 300 pounds. I built that shelf. I learned how to make bread, learned how to process my own meat, learned how to make butter, learned how to make pasta. I done learned how to do all kinds of stuff. Just because somebody said it don't make it true. About you, for sure. Did you ask God who he said you was going to be? Evidently, he thought you could be an amazing mom. He gave you the kids. Evidently, he thought you could be a loving dad. He gave you a whole bunch of girls because, you treat them girls like... So he give you a lot of daughters to soften your heart up. He do. That's what he do. Just like that. Adding more weight versus lightening the load. Baby, I'm dropping all the dead weight. I'm not about to do that. Yeah, you ain't about to keep taking me back to 1972, 1922. I can't go back to 1997. My son about to be, he just turned 28. I can't go back to 1999 when I had my daughter. I can't go back to 2002 when I had my other daughter. And I cannot go back to 2003 when I had my last one. I can't even go back 3 years ago from when I met y'all. You can't get none of them days back. We did an exercise. Let's do this. Think of your oldest memory. Y'all already know. But if you knew or never been through this class with me, even if you're not in this class, type it now. I need you to get your phone, a piece of paper or something, and write down how many years you've held on to who hurt you. Just 2 or 3 different situations. Now count up the days in those years. 365 days in a year, right? 364 depending on leap year, whatever. Okay, 365. Okay, so add up 365 days times how many years that is, and then tell me how much money it put in your pocket to hold on to that bad memory. I can tell you about how much it kept you from making, how much you had to spend on medicine because you wouldn't let it go, alcohol, drugs, STD clinic stuff because you want to live wild. I bet you it cost you some time, some heat, all kinds of stuff. Right. So if you've been holding on to something somebody said to you since you was 5 and you 45, then you'll need to do 40 times 365 and tell me how many days, and then tell me how much of that if you ain't got that amount in your bank account to match every day you held on to it, $1 a day, I wouldn't be holding on to that. It cost you money. It cost you time, but it didn't add nothing but sorrow and pain to your life. So why? And you didn't make no money. That pain didn't allow you to gain anything but trouble and more weight. How heavy is your sack? How long you been holding it? How many days? If you and your baby daddy ain't been together and you still trying to make his life crazy, your baby mama, you still trying to make, and you want her to struggle, don't say nothing about all the trouble you having now, because you held on to that bitterness and it didn't do nothing but pour lemon in your life. You said this message was definitely for me today. Well, let me run to the bathroom and let me make some coffee. I guess I'm not leaving. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not. Maybe this why he said some other shit. Okay, let's do an experiment really quickly. Not an experiment, but I just want to do an exercise with y'all. To those of you that are still here, right? Let's do this. You want an answer of how to get rid something, a little thing that helped me get rid of holding on to stuff? When I read in the lost books of the Bible that whatever you don't let go of on this side, it will be your torture on the other side. You never get to let it go. That's why I don't say I'm never going to let it go. Oh, no. Never is into eternity. And that means that you're taking unforgiveness into eternity, and unforgiveness does not go to heaven. The same thing that you won't let go of over here is going to be your reminder of why you did not make it into heaven. That, if that helped you. And over there is no sleep. And it's just a constant reminder of why you didn't get into heaven. So if you can't handle the thoughts on this side, it's going to be even worse over there. Because see, over here you can go to sleep, you can get drunk. Ain't going to be none of that. There'll be no drugs to make you zone out. You're just going to have to think about it. So I would suggest you go ahead and think about it now. Ask God to help you get over it if you have bitterness. Because whatever you don't let go of on this side will be your torment on the other side. And this is truth. The torture is going to be the lashings and whatnot to the body. But your mind is going to be punished in your body. And that body don't give out. There's no sleep. There's no, I'm just going to walk away and not see it. No matter where you turn, it's going to be like a screen in your face, and you just going to be reminded of every time you had the time to forgive, every time you had the time to let go, every time you had the time to get it right with somebody and you chose not to. Those are going to be the reasons that you are, and you get to see paradise. You get to see people resting, and all you hearing is screaming and people trying to break their teeth and spitting and burning and hanging. See, y'all ain't read about the punishments because KJV don't give them to you. But they around. And when you understand that it's going to be bowel and bile, people snot and blood and all of this, and the smell of sulfur and flesh and burning flesh and all of that, and you will hold on to that to try to get, baby, I don't go on. I'm not wishing no bad on nobody. I want God to bless you like I want him to bless me. I don't care if I didn't have to pray for people. I have had to pray for people that try to take my life. I'm talking about really take my life. I have had to ask God, beg God to keep them alive. Second Baruch, come on. And then to know, here we go, you said it. So it's a book called Second Baruch, to those of you that might not know. Let me put you on. All of your thoughts are going to be put on a jumbotron. And you want to know what's going to go on the jumbotron? The scenes. All jokes aside, read second. Ain't it, y'all? So whatever you thought you was hiding, because see, the way that the Bible was described to me was, everybody going to be judged. No. We're going to be in a big old stadium. When he said nothing is going to be hidden, he's going to pull the sin out of your muscle memory. Read it for yourself. He said he's going, be quiet. You people that got foot fetishes and they did stuff with their feet, do you know that your feet muscles are going to tell on you? Your eyes are a muscle. Your ears have muscles in them. So if you listen to a whole bunch of gossip and God said you wasn't supposed to, it said people that ear hustled or was always listening to gossip and stuff, they ears, part of the punishment in hell, they going to have like wheels of fire that just burn your ears. Do you know, like, have somebody thump your ear, that'll hurt. It'll make your whole body stop. When your ears get cold, if somebody thump them, it talks about the sin of the women who are married that adorn themselves to get the attention from other men. Social media. It's a punishment for that. The parents that don't make their kid, that just let their kids say whatever and talk crazy to people, yep, it's a punishment for that. And it goes in detail. See, these books right here got the goods. It's another one. Where my other one? It's in my room probably. No. Is this, are these the same? No, that ain't even it. It's in my room. All of them is in my room. Circle. They in my room. So it's another one that looks, well, they don't even look like this no more. They got a different cover. The cover kind of looks like this now. Okay. Okay. It's in several. It's not just in one. So you're going to have to go looking. You can start in Ezra. But you go looking, seek, and you going to find. You hear me? So you want to hold on to craziness, do so. You won't never be able to let it go on the other side. Like, that's literally going to be the reason you don't make it to heaven. It's not that serious for me. It's not that serious for me. Do you understand? Think about the worst memory you have, and think about that memory being in the forefront of your mind 24 hours a day, and you could never, ever, ever, ever you can find it on Amazon. It's called the Old Testament Pseudepigrapha. Or if you look up Lost Books of the Bible, it's actually here in my my Amazon store. It is. This is your wake-up call? Yes. You can actually read it online too. If you're visually impaired, you can read it online as sacred text, and it'll probably be better for you because you can blow it up. Sacredtext.com, and then go under the Apocrypha. That'll probably be better for you because those words are so small. I only know because now I have to get trifocals. So I totally understand. So if I were you, you could read it today on sacredtext.com and then or .org, and then you go to the Apocrypha and it's in there. And a lot of the you can look around in there for the lost books of the Bible. But Ezra, the Esdras and ESDRAS is the rest of Ezra, things like that. They the Apocalypse of Adam. All of these books tell about the torments that are coming, and it's sad because people don't think that it's real, but it is, because God has a specific punishment for each sin. There's even a punishment for rejecting information. You're welcome. So if getting back at somebody is worth it and you feel good, understand that will be the reason you don't make it to heaven, and you have to keep seeing that over and over and over on replay. All your mistakes as to why, like the times that God gave you a chance, He gave you grace to get it right, to go back, tell somebody you sorry or I was wrong. Do you hear me? So when you do that, if you don't let it go and you hold on to it, it is like that bag. You're making your weight heavier, but you also never means into eternity. That don't mean just when you leave this earth. It means into eternity. Never. I will never. That means until time ends, and time don't end. And God said if you don't forgive and you don't let it go and you don't take your weights off and give them to Him, you're going to hold them forever. You're going to have to be reminded of it forever. And if you don't forgive them, He does not. You can say, God, forgive me all day long. He said, no, actually, I won't. Actually, I won't. So you holding somebody to something. God said, until you forgive them, He said, how do you know if if you've truly given something to God, it's a process. It's a process. There's no one specific way to know, but the more you work on it, when you ask God, okay, I'm gonna show you something. Have you ever asked God, if I'm supposed to be in this relationship, let something happen? If I'm not supposed to be in it, let something happen? Has anybody ever prayed that prayer? God, if I'm not supposed to be at this job, let something happen? Anybody ever prayed that? What happened? What happened? When you or have you ever said, God, I need a new job. I believe you can bless me, and you got fired? Anybody? Sure did 2 years ago and been single since. Uh-oh. That's how you know you didn't let it go. When you can give it to him, instantly there's results. When you put the situation in his hands for real, you come home to a nigga packing his stuff. Let me take my shoes off. This got me feeling the way, baby. Let me. I got to take my shoes off. That's when you get the call from the woman or man that your spouse been cheating with them and all of that. Mm-hmm. You get the, hey, this is Barbara. Barbara, this is, I don't know if you gonna come out the bag or what. Mm-hmm. What? Oh my goodness. Excuse me. I know someone who asked, and while driving the company truck, just shut off. Oh, I believe it. When I asked that to remove people out of my life that don't supposed to be here, now I'm alone. Isn't it ironic that people who say, why you keep bringing that up, has now prophesied your punishment? What you mean? He do be funny. Or they find everything wrong with you for no reason. I went from a 3-bedroom to a 4-bedroom house. This part, those be the quickest results and do. Wait a minute, what you said? You said I needed to move and my house caught fire. This part. Divorce my husband and gain peace. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I done hit a chord over here. Are these bacon earrings? Yes, they are. Bacon and eggs, as a matter of fact. Eccentric accessories made these for me. I have a necklace, too. You know how greedy we is. We like food. So, yes, they're bacon and eggs. Old Testament pseudepigrapha. Excuse me. You can type in James H. Charlesworth. Thank you. James H. Charlesworth. I have no idea where this indigestion is coming from. That's crazy. It's okay. Thank you. So, again, is holding on to something that you cannot go back and change worth you never see in heaven? My circle is so small, I have more peace than ever. I no longer give my energy away to people and don't and ain't. Honey, it was instant. I was ready. If he's not for me, Lord, listen. Is it worth you not seeing heaven? You can't even go back and do nothing about the situation. You said 4 years I asked to be removed from a relationship and it was instant this. How do you know if you're going to heaven? You don't. You don't know if you're going to jail until you go before the judge. You don't know if you're going to have to do life or you getting off until you go before the judge. Judgment day ain't happened yet. So when people get up in the pulpit and lie and say they know somebody went to heaven, they lying in church. Because unless God then showed you the heavenly books, you don't know if they in heaven or not. You hear me? No, ain't nobody been to judgment. Cause the books ain't open yet. They still being written. The last person hasn't been born yet. People say, I know I'm going to heaven. Well, you would hope. But in seeing as how you not the judge, you don't get to just say that. Anybody ever been to jail? Anybody? Anybody ever been to jail? I don't care. It don't gotta be for a long time. You ever been in some handcuffs? I got both my hands up for a reason. I've been to jail before. One or two things is gonna happen. They either gonna let you out and set a court date for you to go see the judge, or you can't leave until you see the judge. Either way it go, you gonna have to go in front of a judge. You said both of them. This. Okay? And the judge can set your bond or not one at all. Right? Hello? Okay. The judge can have leniency or not. Some judges are known by their courtroom. They say, nigga, I don't care what. You don't want to go, hey, you pray that you don't go in courtroom 12 or 10, man. He only working them two, and all the niggas that came there, he put a 50-cent piece, $1, a 50-cent piece, a quarter, a nickel, and a dime. And he made them bring their kids to the courtroom. And he told their kids, come up here and pick one of these. Who know the kid is going to pick the $1 or the 50-cent piece every time? If you lay $1, a 50-cent piece, a quarter, a dime, and a nickel in front of your kid under the age of 3, what you think they gonna grab? What you think they gonna grab? The biggest thing, the $1 or the 50-cent piece? The judge said, pick one. If he picked up $1, you got 100 years. If he picked up the 50-cent piece, you got 50 years. If he picked up the quarter, 25. But he was only going to put the money down to coincide with the amount of time he was able to give. So if 5 or 10 years wasn't on the table, he didn't bring out the nickel and the dime. If 25 years is the least amount that you could get for this offense, it was going to be a quarter, a 50-cent piece, or $1. Now y'all think I'm BSing, but it's a real judge that did this. I ain't gonna say what state he was in, but it was a real judge that did this. This is how he ran his courtroom. So if it was 1 year to 50 years, a penny, a nickel, a dime, a quarter, and a 50-cent piece. Could you imagine your child deciding your fate? Could you? Most times he was trying to show the impact of the person on how they affected other people's children or families. You affected somebody else's family, and now your children gonna be affected by your child, and your child is gonna be affected by the decisions that they make. Like, do you get it? I mean, it's kind of crazy, but it's actually smart. I be punching the air. Exactly. You didn't care about how you affected nobody else's children or kids as to why you did what you did. So now you took power over somebody else's life that was somebody's child, and now your child is gonna have power over your life, and they don't even realize what they're doing. Okay. But if you kind of look at that situation, that's how it's like with us. We made decisions and didn't even understand the cost. Because one, it really wasn't explained to us. They just told us it was sin. But they didn't break sin down. They just said it's wrong. Well, why? Well, what does it do? How can I be affected? How can my generations be affected? Well, if nobody took the time to go learn, then it's just figure it out. So we had a class the other day where we talked about how people feel about what other people do in their bedroom and who they do it with. Right? Y'all know this is a big issue. Everybody's so concerned with who is doing what with they bumping uglies. Who they bumping uglies with is what my cousin used to say. Well, they shouldn't be, and they shouldn't be, and they shouldn't be, and they shouldn't be. And so then I asked people, did you ever play house as a kid? Was you ever the daddy when you was the mama? I mean, you was the girl? Did you drop your voice down and try to act like your daddy? Did you kiss your cousin while you was acting like you was man and wife? Oh, okay. So because it didn't say what age you start sinning at. It just says sin. So if you walk past the person and you see them dressed a certain way and you know that you was guilty of it too, it's like 4 or 5 years old. It didn't matter that you didn't know what you was doing. You was still guilty of it. Calm down. Don't talk so loud. Don't point so many fingers because it's that many pointing back at you. Oh. Sin don't have an age. It got real quiet in here, and I feel like somebody rolled their eyes. That's okay. Them is your eyes. You do what you need to do with them. Don't matter. Just lower your voice when you're talking about what other people do, because this is why Jesus drew that in the sand. He said, he started writing out stuff you did when you was a kid, who you was with last night, what lie you told yesterday, how many bodies you really got before you got married, how many abortions that you would have had while you talking about the mama with all the kids. how many people's husbands and wives you done slept with, how much money you done stole on your taxes, the first time you did drugs and you didn't tell nobody about it, but you pointing at your alcoholic sister. You successful, but you lied on every test and paid somebody to take it for you that you was sleeping with, that you thought because you had a ring on your finger that was okay, and it was still okay with God. And now you want to tell people about how you successful and you saved. Never mind. Not to mention you was sleeping with the deacon and his wife. I feel some eye rolls and some who she thinks she talking to. And I don't know. It's coming from over there. Somewhere all over there. Oh, that was a tomato, I think. Uh-huh. See, when you look at it from God's perspective, it look different. If you, hey Q, if you look at it from your perspective, you probably a little bit up higher on the thing. I said, oh no, come on back. You remember that one night in college? Mm-hmm. You remember that one time at your homegirl house, right? But you want to talk about your nephew? No, don't do it. You can try to put it out your mind, but God remember. Just because you don't think nobody don't know, and you have to shake it out your mind sometimes, and sometimes when you go to sleep, that scene play over in your mind, but you fighting it. We not gonna talk about it, but you pointing at your nephew that he got his lipstick and his wig on. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do that. Never mind. Who was you talking to? I don't know. You asked your homegirl to lie for you and say you was at work. And you wasn't. And the baby came. And then it didn't. And you argued with your husband for 3 months to cover up your indiscretion. You didn't want him touching you because it was your guilt. You remember. You remember. Don't say nothing about your niece now that she's pregnant. Just pray for her like you wanted somebody to pray for you. I've been thinking about it. I didn't thought about it, Nisi Poo. I don't know. Let go. Stop judging others, and you won't have to be judged for the things that you did that you don't think nobody know about. Because God has a record of it. Your muscles, little muscle memory. Breathe second Baruch. It said he's going to go into the darkest parts of your body. What is that? That's your muscles, your tendons, and your ligaments. And it said he's going to pull the sin out of them. That's every time that your drum in your ear hit that thing, your hammer in your ear, and you was listening to gossip, you ain't going to be able to lie. Because just like Morse code is a record, just like a text, there's a record. Every time your eyes looked at something it wasn't supposed to, these are a muscle. And Shall we go on? The tongue is the muscle. You got muscles in your jaws. You got muscles in your feet. You got muscles in your backside, and other places you can make things move. Oh, okay. Your whole body gonna tell on you. hmm You know that move you get when you see something you ain't supposed to see. And God didn't see it no 3 times, and every time you see her or him or them, honey, woo, yeah, your muscles had to move for that to happen. That's recorded. That sin was setting up, and you was with lust was start moving around. Oh. hmm And when you had that thought in your mind, if I could get away with it, I'll do it. God said, "Oh, good thing. I'll write it down that you already did." He said if you said you would do it in your mind, I'm going to write it down like you already acted on it. That's why he going to judge your mind first. Oh. Oh, read it for yourself. Jace, not you the one to... Oh, wait a minute. I see some tomatoes over here. Anna and Jace, both of y'all at the same time. Let me stay in my house, shut up, and eat my food from now on. Oh, you said this gets me every time. Woo, that's why we got to start by casting down thoughts. Okay. You said so Jesus is Jesus the right. 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 Who got any room to judge anybody? Nobody. We don't have no room. God said pray for them. And I'm guilty as well. Listen, this is why I be trying to tell y'all when y'all used to be like, I know you're going to heaven, you're lying, because I don't even know if you're going to let me in. I pray he do. But the more I look at this list, I don't know. I just pray that he do it all in the sea of forgetfulness. Please, I'm trying to forgive all the people that be making me mad and angry because just throw my stuff away. Why is we even talk about this again? No, I don't want to remember it, and I don't want you to remember it either, Jesus. So can you just please put it all in a bag and take it out to the dumpster and incinerate it? Sure. Listen, that part. You ain't got no time to be judging nobody. Because God knows I don't have to. And there is a beautiful book called The Book of You. And from start to finish, every single thing has already been written down. That's the crazy thing. You already got a book in heaven, and just like on Supernatural, the end is already there. So who you fooling? Not a soul, because the script of your life has already been written down. You said, so how do we get forgiveness for things we don't realize was a sin? He'll point it out to you. The more you read, the more you figure out what is sin. That's why those books that I just showed you are very important, because they talk about a lot. Even our regular Bible does. Okay. Something simple for my 66ers. Is it Judges 19? The young lady that kept running away from her husband, and every time she got away from her husband, she'd go to her daddy's house and get book wild. And so the last time her husband went to go get her, some folks came to the door talking about bring them out, bring them out, bring them out. Okay? And the very thing she couldn't quit doing is what took her out. She kept running away from her husband, getting cut buddies, thinking she was doing something. And that's what took her life. Because her daddy turned her over to a whole city, and it said the whole city had their part in it. And she barely made it back to where her husband and her daddy was. And when they walked outside that morning, she was dead on the steps. So what she kept saying she couldn't get enough of is what took her life. She had a whole flock of them, and then she had her little Kim moment. The judgment you're talking about is not about heaven or hell. It's about the reward or lack thereof based on. The judgment you're talking about is not about heaven or hell. How you gonna tell me what I'm talking about? Huh? Because you can have faith and still go to hell. Even the demons believe and they're going to bust it wide open. Please help me understand. The demons and the witches believe in God because that's what they do their magic to. They use his name. So, of course, faith is not just enough. Okay. So we're going to be judged twice. You don't know. Nobody knows. You cannot tell the judge where you, listen. So evidently you completely missed what I said when I gave it earlier. The judge decides where you go. Maybe that went over your head. We're going to judgment day. It never said judgment dates. Just like it's not a third coming of Jesus. Just like the rapture is not real. Have anybody ever been to jail before? Anybody? Is there a list of charges read off to you? The judge decides what he's going to throw out and what he's going to keep, and based on that decision, that decides on if you're going to be free or not. He can give you the max or the minimum time for each charge allowed. Do you know how many days it takes to pay back 1 hour of sin? Is it 40 days doesn't bring back 1 hour of sin? So if you were in a relationship for 10 years and 40 days of repentance doesn't bring back 1 hour, and you're going to be charged per sin. If you were a liar for 3 years and 40 days of repentance does not bring back 1 hour that you were a liar and you was a liar, how many years would that take you to pay that back? And who decides on how long you have to pay for it? The judge. Who believes in the rapture? Raise your hand if you believe that you're not going to have to go through the tribulation and God is going to come on a cloud and take you out of here. So how would you not know that you would die for him then? How would you know that you wouldn't take the mark and for you to get your white robe? Because that's what has to happen. The people that are going to be martyred at the end times, the number that no man can number, it says that the people have to die. There are people that are going to be waiting in heaven, waiting for the others to die. That's what it says in the Bible. If only sinners were here, you wouldn't have to force them to take the mark. If only sinners were here, you wouldn't have to. There would be no need to try to force them to take the mark to eat if only sinners were here. So that means God's people gotta be here. Now going back to Judgment Day, we are being judged for unbelief and a whole sort of other things. What you did with your body and what you did with your mind. I've never heard of 2 judgment days ever. God said he is going to open everybody's book, the book of life and the book of death. And guess what? Your name is going to be in one. It never said another day for you to be judged. It's either in the book of life or it's in the book of death. That's it. Revelations 13:7, the beast is granted power to make war against God's holy people, the saints, and to conquer them. That means the saints got to be here. And this is why people are not ready. I'm not saying because of what you're saying, but how many people did not stock up after COVID because your pastor told you wasn't going to be here for the mark of the beast? You wasn't going to be here when the famine and that hit and the economic crash hit. Y'all was going to be gone. Because they made it seem like God was going to come on a cloud, come and get some people, and then he was going to come back. But it never says that there was a third return of Jesus. You're going to be judged body, mind, and soul. And every eye shall see, not those just this. We all going to be judged at one time. We're going to be sitting in the stadium. And if you want to read it for yourself, it's in Second Baruch. Everybody is going to know your business. You're going to know your mama's indiscretions, your daddy's indiscretions. You're going to know how your grandma, what they did. God said, everybody is going to know. And the people that tried to hide it and hide behind whatever it said, they're going to waste away in shame. Because everybody from Adam until now is going to know your business. So then why would there be a need for a second judgment if everybody is going to be in attendance? He got all the time in the world. We only worried about time over here. There is no time over there. Can I tell you something? And I'm not saying because of what this young lady said, but it's a lot of people. This is why they don't like. That's scary. That's a scary thought. And this is why so many people that are in church are not prepared for what's getting ready to happen in 3 or 4 weeks. Because the church did sold dreams to folks for generations and generations. That as long as, I don't know. That's scary to me. This is why they don't think, like, they don't think we're in a tribulation. Who can tell that we're in a tribulation right now? They keep saying when it comes, and we're living in it right now. Just like they kept saying when Jesus comes, and he was already looking them in the face when the Messiah comes. Dad said it's going to be less people on the ark this time. Look. It's happening and they don't want to see. You said it. You said the Most High even said when you see these signs, start to prepare this part. And they don't believe nothing. I don't know. Anyway. Again, I'm going to ask y'all, what do you think is going to happen in 3 or 4 weeks when the people that's been faithful to these churches and they told them they didn't have to worry about none of this, and they saying it's nothing? What do you think? What do you think they're gonna have to say to their pastors when they enact ML, and then you gotta use this real ID to go into the grocery store? You can't get into the grocery store. they're going to tell the pastors, you lied to us. Why didn't you tell us? Okay. The great falling away. Interesting. So do you believe when God said a third of the population or a fourth of the population is going to die at one time from a certain amount of things? They're going to say, woe is us. We all left behind this part, nephew. You petty. You so petty, but it's so true. I don't know. I just want our dad to keep talking to me. And I'm not saying that I'm right about everything because I'm not God, but he ain't led me wrong just yet. And so I'm going to keep on following this way. They better hope their life is not snatched by one of them congregation. Listen, they're going to talk about the rapture. I'm just going to say it because they will be giving you their money, that part. This. That it's going to be harder to get into heaven than people thought. Like, we didn't sugarcoat it over here. We did not sugarcoat it over here. A lot of people finna put more faith in the pastors. That's about to be the craziest part. Listen, nephew. And the sad part about it is a lot of the pastors don't even know what's going on. And when I found out a lot of them don't read Revelations and a few other books, I said, oh, got it. That makes sense. That's why they won't talk about it, because they won't even go study it. You know how many pastors have never read Revelations? I'm talking about ever. They say I stay away from there because I don't want to scare people. So how can you get them ready for God coming back if you don't want to read the books that talk about what's going to happen, right? Daniel and whatnot. You only talk about the times of good and plenty. Got it. This is why folks be thinking. It's scary to me. You go to a church the Lord led me to and they not talking about it. They just skimming over it. No way. Anybody go to church? Can we talk about it? Anybody go to church? Are your pastors telling you to get survival stuff? Are they talking about the mark? Okay, let's do this. Have they shown you this in church?
This is Zoe. Just like you, she uses lots of different cards and IDs to get through her day. What if all Zoe needed was herself? Introducing Amazon One, a free service that lets you use your palm to quickly pay for things, gain access, earn rewards, and more. Let's say you're grabbing your favorite coffee beverage, or heading into the office, or checking out. Just hover your palm and you're on your way. It's as easy as that. Sign up is free and takes less than a minute. All you need is a credit card, your phone number, and your palm. That's it. Since your palm is unique and can't be lost or misplaced, you can get things done quickly and securely. And with more experiences on the way, Amazon One will help you get even more done, simply by being you. Now, Zoe has more time to do what she loves, indoor skydiving. Enter, identify, and pay with Amazon.
When have you ever had to enter, identify yourself, and then pay for your stuff? Enter, identify yourself, and then you can buy. Revelation said you won't be able to buy or sell without the mark that IDs you. I'm 45, so I know a time when hell, paper food stamps was around. You didn't have to show no ID to buy nothing. You just put your money up on the counter. Now you're going to have to enter the store, identify who you are, and then pay, because if you don't have the mark, you will not be able to buy. The real ID is cool. It's just getting us ready. Cause soon it'll be they done made a fake one and you're gonna have to get it here or here. And if you've seen the new Comcast business thing, it shows you the panel. I said, oh, okay. The new Comcast business commercial, it got a lady walking by and she got her cart and all, it's a iPad like this. And she just walked right by it, do like this, and push her cart out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's on the new Comcast business. What they can help you do. Seamless payment is what they call it. The lady was walking by. She didn't even have to stop to scan nothing, baby. She looked at that iPad. It was right there at the grocery store thing and just pushed it on that. I said, oh, they just scanned her face. You saw it, Plachette? Scanned her face. What do they do at the airport? Tell me. What do they do there at the airport? How do they know you're you? The same iPad. Is it not right there at the thing when you get ready to board? And they do facial recognition to make sure all your points line up. They scan your iris. Interesting. And I guarantee you they do. They do a whole body scan, as a matter of fact. It's already seamless. At Universal Studios, they use facial recognition to get into the park. And see, last time I went, they wasn't using facial recognition. They was using the wand things. That was 10 years ago. So now they use it to get in. Ain't that something? We had to put our fingerprints on them. So, here we go. All of them ringing. So, I'm in class. You need to talk? Ew. Are you sick?
No, my sinus is going different stuff.
Where's that grandbaby at?
You want to get her now?
I didn't show her, but I let them hear her say, pizza. What to do? Aha! I let them hear. They said she sounds so cute. I love you. I'll call you back in a minute. Okay, bye. She started saying it. When I tell you that is the cutest thing, she said, what to do? What to do? They still use fingerprints. Mm-hmm. Was it fake, or am I the only one that seen Marvin Sapp was arrested for locking them doors? I don't know. I think it was fake, nephew. Mm-hmm. The KFC let us know what their chicken nuggets were made from human meat. Mm-hmm. We talked about that too, Auntie. So understand, life is getting ready to change real quick. And a lot of people don't believe. I don't know what they believe. And it ain't even my choice to tell you what to believe. I just know that from what I have read and from what I have studied, and I do not know everything, there's one judgment day. We are living in the tribulation right now. And life is about to get real crazy in real life. And folks that didn't believe, God is getting ready to make them a believer. Period. They didn't believe that our shelves could be more empty for longer than they were during COVID. They're going to be a believer now. There's no ships coming. When I talked about this 3 years ago, people said some crazy stuff to me. But God told us that there was going to be no parcel. He literally told us that. He said there will be nothing. Ain't no trucks gonna be moving. Ain't no ships gonna be moving. Nothing. You gonna have all the money in the world and you're not gonna be able to buy anything. Famine is here, Trey. It's not coming. It's already. It's been here. Okay, let me ask you a question. If all of your food is made in the lab, do you have real food? Yep, the seals are going to be given out. Listen. Oh, so famine is already here because if there is real food, we not getting it. So you're paying more money for something that isn't even real. Interesting. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so go look up if you in a different country real quick. I'm gonna call my daughter real quick. Go look up how many GMO foods we have in your country, wherever you live. And then tell me how much of your food is not GMO and how much of it is, and how much food do we really have right now. All right, y'all. Sorry, I'm always working. Always working. Oh, man. Always working. So what y'all find? How much of our food is GMO? And we paying all this money for stuff that ain't even real food. $70 to 80%. So is famine here already, technically? And now we about to pay more for food that ain't even real. They said they put human meat in a lot of the meat. They found human meat in the meat, right? McDonald's, everybody. Right? Was people eating human flesh before the flood? God said the things that would be happening, the things that was happening right before Noah's flood would be happening in the last days. And people have been consuming human flesh and didn't even know. Go to your church. If you still go to church, and I'm not trying to get you kicked out of church or nothing. Ask your pastor why the laws of you cannot sleep with animals were made. Bestiality laws. You want to know why bestiality laws were made? Because at one point in time, I didn't put it in the book. Didn't I? I did. We just gonna use this other one. This was living before the flood. This. Who believes that this was living before the flood? Raise your hand. You said that's probably why people are obese bodies not processing the meat. Who believes that these beings lived before the flood? Is there anybody that doesn't believe that they lived before the flood? If you don't believe they lived before the flood, put no. And I'm not about to like make you feel crazy or nothing. I just want to see. If you don't believe that beings like this lived before the flood, put no. You know that Japan is working on these exact beings right now. And they have been since January, to our knowledge. They did it before that, but they just let the world know that they are doing human-animal hybrids. God said all the things that were going to be alive before the flood would be here. Giants have showed up. I know that they've been doing it longer than that, but I'm saying they announced it to the world that they're doing it. We know that. That's how they know a pygmy will stay in your body. I get it. But I'm saying they announced it to the world in January that the University of Japan is now working on human-animal hybrids. Did anybody see Sweet Tooth on Netflix that you thought was just a movie? They just showed you that to get you all gussied up to Gus, so that when you see him in person, you're not scared. You can go look it up for yourself. The University of Japan just okayed this. Now you want to know what's crazy? This came 10 years after they okayed human animal marriage. 11. 2014, California made it legal to marry your animal, and then other states took a hold. 10 years later, they are now mixing it, so if you want you a human animal hybrid baby, you can have one. San Francisco, wasn't it? So 10 years after they said you can marry your animal and consummate the marriage with your animal, now they are working on human animal hybrids. The same thing that was here before the flood. Anybody seen the giants showing up lately in the last few years on TikTok or anywhere else? I gotta go get me some water. Anybody? Anybody know who Sauce 90 is? Y'all been seeing the mermaids? They not as pretty as they said. What about fairies showing up? Dragons, dinosaurs. Vampires are here as well. People drinking blood. And there's a law about drinking blood in the Bible because they were doing it back then too. Ritualistic child abuse and the like. Hollywood. The Sims games normalize and desensitize you to it too. For years, in this game, you can marry werewolves, vampires, mermaids, aliens, and have hybrid babies. I had no idea. Quit playing. I did not know. I'm not a Sims person. I didn't know that. Last time I seen somebody playing Sims was like 2002 or 2008 or 9 maybe. I didn't know. The carnivorous caterpillar. No, I haven't, Miss Ida. Okay. So understand that when you hear your grandma and the pastor say, as in the days of Noah, we in the days right now. But so many people are like, I don't watch the news. I don't keep up with that. I don't got to worry about it. So you wouldn't know that we were in the last days. Because you're not reading about the signs. You won't go back and study what happened, not just in the Bible, but other places like Jasher, where it tells you that they took 200 animals, the fallen angels did, and made monsters. You can read that in this book too. Hold on. You said, yep, you can even marry and have babies with the Grim Reaper in the game. You said laughing. I play it now on PS5. It's free. Hilarious. This book right here, the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the Book of the Giants, right? Uh-oh, wrong page. I'm sorry. Is my page gone? It sure is. Y'all, my page done came out. Wait a minute, we got another one. Hold on. That's gonna make me sad. Where is it? Oh no. Hold on, y'all. Not that my page didn't fell out. You sure they did? Give me 1 second. I think the other one is in my room. Before I walk out of here. Alright, now I'm going crazy because did I look at it? Is it on the shelf, y'all? And I didn't see it. There's one. Where's my other one? Oh, it's... I ain't no telling. I'm probably looking bad at it. And where is my freaking other one? Lord. Well, anyway. There is another one of these books in here somewhere. And it says on that lovely page that the angels came down and made it with the women. And then it also says in Genesis, oh, here it is. It says that in Genesis that all flesh, animal, and here go the page right here. So see that? It says the angels exploit the fruitfulness of the earth. See this? The 200 angels chose animals, including presumably humans, on which to perform unnatural acts. So they mated with donkeys, they mated with rams, goats, birds, and also water animals. Okay? It says the outcome of the demonic corruption was violence, perversion, and a brood of monstrous beings. Genesis 6 and 4, the Book of Watchers from Enoch 1. Okay? Right? And this is still the Dead Sea Scrolls. See, the Book of the Giants, just so you don't think I'm pulling it. Oh, see? Monsters. Okay? Yeah. So when I show you this, there's parts of it missing, just like our Bible. You read it the same way you do the Bible. Okay? So when I showed you this, you said where in Jasher? You have to go read it. It's in the first 10 chapters, though. It says it in Genesis 2. What do you think in Genesis 6 when it said all flesh had corrupted itself? What do you think that means? When the Bible says all flesh corrupted itself, what does that mean? Animal flesh and human flesh. They would have never made laws about you can't sleep with animals unless people was doing it. They would have never made laws about you not drinking blood unless people was doing it. They wouldn't have made laws about not sleeping with your sister, cousin, stepmama, daddy, brother, and uncle and all of that unless people was doing it. That's what Leviticus and all of that is about. Deuteronomy and all of those, that is the laws in the, okay, Leviticus, all of that. And all of those things are here now. You have people on the Food Network and different channels serving human meat to people, and they didn't even know they was eating it, yes or no? On them Iron Chefs and all of that, they end up eating human flesh. Not only that, the lab printed meat is cancer cells, is it not? And feces. It's a few things. So the devil will have you doing things you don't even know you doing them. This is why God had us praying for the stuff that we do unknowingly. Like eating from McDonald's and they got human flesh in it. Devil tricked you into eating it and you didn't even know what you was doing. You see how that works? So all of the things that were here right before the flood are here. That part. So do y'all think we closer now that the hybrids are back? Do y'all think we closer to Jesus showing up? Now that the famine is here and the economic crash is here and the military presence is here and the real ID is here, do you believe? Do you understand now why I said people gonna be throwing expensive stuff in the street? What good is a Louis Vuitton purse and you can't feed your kid nothing? What good is a grill or a fat chain with diamonds on it and you ain't had nothing to eat in 3 months but just water and a few vegetables whenever you can? What good is an electric car when it ain't no electricity? How long is it gonna last? Until the end? If 2020, and I don't know for sure, between 2020 and 2021 was the beginning of the 7-year tribulation, we could be. I didn't. I didn't. This is my grade coming out. I asked my friend the same thing. He lived in his car, but he has a $600 chain around his neck and talking about he going to get another one that costs almost the same, but you asking me to cook you a meal. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Mm-hmm. I would say if you have things of value right now, I mean, if you locked in the house, no. If you locked in the house, uh, you know, who gonna see it? If they cut the power and the internet, how you gonna know what's going on? If you don't have a radio or like, just go to your house and flip the breaker and see what you can use. And then you'll see what's valuable in your house in this time and what ain't. I'm for real. Go through your house after you flip the breaker and see what you can use without no power. If you can't use nothing, you need to be looking into manual things. If you got an electric stove, and they cut the electricity, how will you cook? You said you're gonna go outside. Well, not if it ain't no food, because if people smell your food cooking, then they gonna be trying to come see about that. The label lovers, let's gonna make Louis Vuitton. You guess they gonna make Louis Vuitton. What you say? Louis Vuitton Lunchables. That part. Okay. So you're gonna need something in your home, like a butane stove or a wood burning stove or some kind of portable fireplace or something. I would say something that does both, wood burning or something, because it might not be safe to cook your food outside on the grill. We've never seen our stores completely empty for 6 months. You said our block had a power outage here in Arizona. I panicked because of the outages in Europe. Why did you panic? You gotta get, don't you got your stuff? It is coming here. It is. It's already started. There's people that had blackouts yesterday at work, and because of the tornado, it is. Rolling blackouts. Look for them. This is why I told y'all don't stock them freezers. You need to have shelf-stable food. Shelf-stable, not freezer, because you need shelf-stable food. Shelf-stable milk. Shelf-stable cheese, eggs, everything. You need everything that you use every day, you need to have it in a shelf-stable version. Mushrooms, potatoes, macaroni, dried vegetables. Okay. We're going into a time that is worse than the Great Depression. So if you got a grandparent that's alive, that lived during that time, or you know somebody that's older, you might want to go talk to them. Or go watch as many documentaries this week of the Great Depression and see what was going on. For real. You gonna do yourself, and like you need to do yourself a solid and pay attention so that you're not losing it. Because people were swine diving off of stuff because they couldn't understand what to do. While the food banks are still open, you need to go. Okay? Put your pride to the side and make sure that you and your baby's gonna be able to eat. We had rolling blackouts throughout the state of Illinois. When I got the alert, I kind of chuckled. Auntie, well, let me go on down here and get my stuff. Because people don't believe it. They don't believe that we about to live like, what did y'all, the Walking Dead. They don't believe we about to live like that. The Last of Us, any of that. They don't believe it. You remember they was smuggling in the chicken? He said, is that chicken? That lady said, is it chicken? She said, yeah. They smuggle it in. Chicken? Y'all remember that's the first meat God told us to get, and now they doing something with the salmonella something? Women and children especially need to be careful. Get some clothes that don't advertise what you got, because in times like these, people will certainly be buying. Just got some big items today. Mine will not starve this. A cup of rice is a cup of rice. You hear me? A cup of beans is a cup of beans. Did I leave it in there? Probably. Whatever. You need some yeast. You need all as many different types of flour as you can. You need mylar bags. Oxygen absorbers. If you can go anywhere and they're giving out powdered milk, I'll be taking as much of it as I can. You said I just had a delivery from Hood Mart and no toilet paper. Interesting. They didn't have no toilet paper? You said you in my trunk. Oh, okay. I got coconut flour at the dollar store. As many kinds as you can get. Semolina, not semolina, semolina, and cornmeal, and wheat, and rye. Hell, I don't know, all of them. They came as a pack. Mylar bags, $23. Okay. Okay. Hey, you believe now? Do you? Mm-hmm. You see it too. You see it. I told you. Better get your stuff. Dang Satan trying to hide you, couldn't find you for months. You wasn't looking. Y'all know we got another social media. And I told y'all I'm about to be off of here. I'm not about to be advertising. God had us on here for a certain amount of time. He told me come over here today. But we don't be over here. We've been having class every day just about. It's on the video. CERCA TROVA 22 survival. If you Google that, it's going to bring up my Amazon list. It's going to bring up the video where you can just fast forward through, screenshot everything, and buy it. And I will say this. Everything is about 3 times more expensive than it was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we bought 5 of these for $34. Now you get 2 for $34. And this filters 1,100 gallons of water. Now 5 is $60, which is exact, and they probably more than that now since the tariffs then kicked in with some what's the name? Okay, you need to have a gas mask for every single person in your family. You need to have a way to filter water, more than one way of filtration. You need shelf-stable food and a way to cook that food if there's no electricity. And you're not going to be able to cook outside, and it ain't no food in the stores for 6 months. Protect your children and prepare now so that you don't have to be standing out in no lines, like, because it's going to be worse than COVID. COVID, they knew when stuff was coming. They don't know when we going to get another ship. Do you understand? It might be August before anything comes. So if it ain't already here, they said they got 4 to 6 weeks, I believe 2 to 4. So if in 4 weeks our stores are empty for the next 2 months, where does that leave you and your family? And that's an honest thing. Where if in 4 weeks everything that we see in the stores, it ain't nothing in the back, it ain't nothing under the ground, it ain't nothing coming, how long will you and your family be able to last? Do you have 30 meals per person for everybody in your house for the next 6 months? 30 meals per month. That's only eating 1 time a day. You said the dollar store is practically empty. Somebody just said HEB ain't got it. Somebody else was saying another grocery store too. $90 meals per person is you letting everybody eat 3 times a day. I would say 1 or 2 meals, like a brunch and then a dinner. You can get online and learn how to make a soup mix. So then you have your dry vegetables. If you come up on some meat, you can throw a little bit like our grandmas used to do. You need some cast iron because some cute little pots y'all ain't about to cook over an open stove if you have to. You need to have a tent for you and your family. Sleeping bags and some wool blankets are definitely gonna be important. Cause if they cut the power, how you gonna heat your house if you ain't got a fire place and all of that? These are things that are gonna be vital unless you plan on taking a market of beast, and then well, I guess you'll be able to live your good life until the plagues start coming. Cause some people ain't gonna want to do it. Y'all see how Mary was talking to the disciples today. Y'all seen it. She said you couldn't even suffer for 1 hour for my son. You didn't even get slapped, kicked, punched. They didn't offer you no money or nothing. You just gave it up. I don't know the nigga. Before they could even ask you good, did you know him? You hurry. Jesus, I don't know nobody named Jesus. Quit asking me. Leave me alone. It's a lot going on. Don't you see that? Don't be asking me stupid questions. For those filtration stalls, for $5 it costs $69.98. They was just $59 the other night. So they $70 for 5. Is this just for the U.S.? No, this is for the whole world, honey. The Bible says the people that's on the island is going to run to the mainland, and the people that's on the mainland is going to run to the island, but it's going to be in both places. So, I mean, where you going? This is the end of the world, whether y'all believe it or not. Most people don't, but it's okay. That don't mean it ain't the end. I just be wondering. If 2020 was the beginning of the 7 years, we in 2025. The Antichrist was revealed 3 years ago. I don't know who this Mahdi dude is, but did y'all know that the Israeli folks been nursing a dude that they found in the wilderness? Did y'all know that? And he's been learning with the rabbis. As soon as he came out, the what you call it? The water started failing, fish and birds started being belly up, birds started falling out the sky, the milk went bad, they started unaliving the egg laying chickens. All of this happened in 22. He came out end of March, beginning of February. End of March, beginning of April. And then right after that, they found the cows in Texas. All of this. And as y'all can see, they ain't said nothing else about them red heifers because they already didn't do what they need to do, probably. And they not telling the world. They didn't believe Noah either. Alicia, we talked about it though. God told us. He said within 2 to 3 years, really 2. And it's been 3. And everything that he told us is happening, literally. You said every time you come here, you learn so much. Well, that makes me excited. It does. It just makes me sad how many people are blinded. And like I told y'all, I have a bone to pick with some of these leaders. Because it's a lot of people that's about to starve because they wouldn't tell them the truth. It's a lot of babies that's going to be hungry and everything. They told them what they wanted to hear and not what they needed to hear. Excuse me. How many people you got in your house? Let's see. How many people you got in your house? I'm about to show you something. You got 3. 1, 4. Okay. So multiply that by how many times you plan on eating every day for the next 30 days and tell me how many portions you need to feed everybody in your house either once a day or twice a day. How many meals do you need for the next 30 days? You said 7 and we're living with people with that. God can still work it out. He can still work it out, Pumpkin. Listen, you need to put your pride to the side. 60. So that's eating one time a day or 2 times a day. If it's only, okay, if it's just you. You need 240 meals for 30 days for everybody in your house. Or 240 meal servings between 30 and 60 for your house. Because if you plan on, you need 240. Okay. Okay. These are numbers you need to know. Because then that will tell you 150 meals for 30 days. Okay. 270 meals for a 30-day period, eating one meal a day. Okay. 450 for a family of 5. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to give it to you. It was a gift. Special to me only. No, you cannot have it. It's over there. It's right there. You cannot have it. My amethyst. Mm-mm. Might have to hit a nigga in the head with it. Drop it on somebody like the Flintstones. You know what I'm saying? Or use it like that boy from Home Alone and have it swing down from when they come in here and knock it out. Mm-hmm. No. Well, Lamar, do you hear me? You know, I came up in the MacGyver age, so I'm you looking at everything in here. I done already figured out how I'm about to use this. I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all think I'm joking. Thank you, Auntie Lisa. I got hooks. This come down. You see what I'm saying? Do you see that? I'm already thinking about how I'm a nigga rig this house. Who? Until I gotta leave? You think I'm playing? Oh, you think it's the game over here, don't you? You thought it was the game. It's not. It ain't. It is not a game. Not at all. You ain't even seen my hunting knife. She real pretty. What? My hunting knife beautiful. She got a dragon blade on it and stuff. Yeah. I might have to go hunting. Yeah, I might have to go hunting. You never know when you're going to have to hunt. Oh, hunting we will go. You said for a family of 2 meals, you need 300. Okay. So this is the thing. I'm not hunting for human meat, but you never know when you're going to have to run into a giant on the road. I'm a lady. I'm a lady. You want to see my magical dagger? Mm-hmm. I'm a lady. But anyway, back to what I was saying. So the world is, different. And if you love your children, love your mom, your dad, I would go to the Dollar Tree and get as much cheap medication as you can. Okay? That's going to be important. You need a way to filter water. Stuff like this is going to be real valuable. Could someone help me get some diapers potentially? I just started a new job. Oh, please don't come in here asking for... No. That's not how you do it, Kelsey. You send me an email. because we don't ask for money in my life, babe. You send me an email to tatnotplace@gmail.com or Trova Circa, and you let me know your situation. That's how you get help over here. We don't come in people's lives asking for money, babe. Okay? You can send me an email, and then we'll work out something for you. But you shouldn't do that. It's rude. Okay. Tatnaiplace, TATNAIPLACE @gmail.com if you need some help. Folks was getting over on that, boy, in the beginning. Y'all remember? Woo, we had to cut that. That's why we got a 501c now. Because folks was getting back over here. Because I didn't know no better. Just trying to help folks. But now we have a whole system. Yeah, we do. We do. Back to what I was saying. Yes, we do still send out books, but don't just volunteer, folks, because we sent a lot of books out to people that didn't even read them because people was just volunteering their family members, and then they forgot and told me later that they went over there and the people ain't even touched them. So yes, we do buy books for folks, but with the way finances is set up now, don't just send it to nobody because you want them to have it. It's only if you know for a fact that they're going to read it that we send those out to people, because we don't have money to waste. We didn't have money to waste then, and we don't have it to waste now either. But if you know somebody that needs some books, have them email me, not you, because we have to show each person, right? And that way they can put the right address and all of that stuff, because yeah, I still don't be wasting no money. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And the only set of books that we sending you is the Old Testament Subpographa. We're not starting your library. I have to clear that up because folks send us a whole list. Oh, I need this and this and this. This is not a grocery store. We don't get no assistance from the government. All of our stuff is sent in from people here, and I will not let you waste their money. So, there's that. Mm-hmm. No, yeah. No, I'm just saying, because folks had us buying, no, for real. Folks had us buying books for people. They wasn't even getting the right address. And then the books, some of them got stolen, some of them didn't get returned, all kinds of stuff. So, no, we not. If you know for a fact that a person wants to learn about the OTP, yes. But in this moment, no, because that could buy somebody some rice. We not wasting nothing. You said, okay, I bought books for people. They said they wanted to read them, ain't even open the books, and some ain't even come to pick the books up exactly. And we won't be wasting money like that because that could be something else. Because we are sending out, like, to the new mothers. I told y'all, we've been sending out the reusable diapers, and they have like reusable, but they're wool wipes. We've been sending out that stuff. So even though I'm just not telling y'all, yeah, we're still sending things that are, because people was like plastic diapers. Well, look, I ain't about to be no diapers. So when we sent out the reusable wipes, right? Is they're just cloths, and you put them. They got a little dispenser. Those is gonna be valuable to these new mamas because the diapers we send out go from 0 all the way up to 2 years. If it ain't no pads, it ain't gonna be no no diapers either. Facts. Alicia did the same thing. I'm not doing it no more. Just like folks won't pick up the regular KJV. That's why I said, like, it's still people that inbox us for books, and we still do send out books. But folks just volunteering people, we not wasting no money like that. We not. Mm-mm. God blessed us to send out thousands of books. I'm excited about it. We still do send out books. We still do send out help. But folks, is, you know, hey, Pumpkin. Yeah. And like that's why folks used to get mad when I used to be like, this ain't just something you get for free. Just don't have it sitting up. Like, it's the same thing. In the same time, so-called mythical creatures, will they be our enemies or some allies? I don't know. It said they was coming back to help destroy the earth. So, and they here, they showed up. Cause you gotta think, if what's them wolves called? The dire wolves. Think about it. They didn't tell us until the dire wolves were 7 months old. What if they don't tell us till a centaur is 7 months old? You gotta think that's incubation period and making sure they gonna live. What if they don't tell us that the half lion, half whatever, manicore or whatever they done made? Like, yeah, they don't tell us until they've already done it. So in January they could have been letting us know, but they could have some animal. I mean, how many people in the army then said they seen these beings already down in them labs and stuff? They said they been having them. They just gonna let us know. How did they know that a pig knee or a pig heart would fit in somebody's body and not reject it? They had to play with it, the genes first. I got family members that got pig parts in their body. Pig knuckles and all kinds of stuff, or whatever you want to call it, parts. So in order for you to know that my body is not going to reject that, then you didn't been playing with some genes somewhere. Just like when we seen the mouse with the ear, the human ear on his back, and they was saying they was gonna try to grow limbs on the mice. Well, you had to mix human DNA and rat DNA to do that. And they told us it's rat people, it's elephant men, it's ape men, it's half horse, half this and that. So and now they I mean, they've been telling us with Disney the whole time that they can turn you into an animal, or animals and humans can have babies together. And they be magical beings. Interesting. That's exactly what Genesis said too. Jasher and all the others. That the angels taught the women the magic, and then they got them pregnant, and they gave birth to great giants whose height was 300 ells, which is 450 feet tall. And then the angels and the giants started to go into the animals, and that's why I said that all flesh had to be destroyed, because all flesh had corrupted itself. Animals and humans was never supposed to be in the same body. Birds, a lion, a bird, a snake, and a tiger, or whatever, the mixed up animals they used to make, that was never, God made specific species for a specific reason. And when you start to crossbreed, you playing with his plan, because they can't use nothing that God didn't create, because it ain't nothing that he didn't create. Everything that they're using is the stuff that he created to sin against him, to try to play God. When he already had a specific way he wanted things to look. He didn't want the species mixed. He didn't want that. But man said, I'm going to be better than you. I'm going to see if it'll work. And every time over there making chimeras, that's what it was. Yeah, that. Yeah. And every time that we see that science starts to play God, something bad happens. I Am Legend. Contagion. Outbreak. Trump. No. Never mind, huh? Hello? Ooh. Somebody let him out of lab. And look, all hell's breaking loose, just like they said when the beasts come out. That's what. Never mind. Hello. Is somebody calling my name back there? Hello. I'm just saying. Yeah. We've been on here all day and forever. 323 minutes. This feel like old times, don't it? Have we talked about Sinners yet? No, because I have not seen it. Y'all itching to talk about it? Give me one more weekend. This how y'all be making me wait like this too. I'll be having to wait weeks for y'all to watch one show. So we'll get there. Y'all want to talk about it right now? Look at you itching. See how y'all make me do? Well, I had to work, and then I had to go take the kids, and then I took a nap, and then I went and got my nails done. So no, I didn't watch it yet. Okay. Somebody made a post that said, "Do not watch the movie Sinners because it has demonic teachings and seances. So does Disney Channel, and you let your kids watch it every day." I'm not about to do it with y'all. Didn't I tell y'all the only time they recognize evil is when it looks scary? I told y'all that 3 years ago. It can be real magic going on in their face, and as long as it's pretty and got fairy dust, they don't even realize it's a real spell. But moving on, they'll let their kids watch Twitches. They'll take them right on to Disney, where they say we are the most wicked, magical place on the earth. As a matter of fact, Mickey, if you turn it back and look out on the water, it say wicked, but they gonna buy every cup though. And be walking around with their kids talking about abracadabra with the wand. And don't know that's the most powerful magical word you can say. So I guess magic is only real when it's scary looking. Wizards of Waverly Place. Disney on Ice. Every other kid show you've ever seen with a fairy in it. What's her name? Beauty and the Beast shows you Anamorphium, or Anamorpheus, however you say that, which is animal magic. What about Brother Bear? What happened in Brother Bear? Is it called Brother Bear? What happened in Brave? Was there magic in Brave that turned her into an animal? Was it? Oh, what about Little Mermaid? Magic, witch, potions, spells, songs that you will repeat, and a spell ain't nothing but speaking or singing something. Go ahead, chanting, if we could call it that, a mantra. What about Moana? Was there magic? Controlling the water. She was a water and airbender. And secret symbols that y'all don't even know is real magic symbols. Princess and the Frog, right? So I guess magic is only casting spells when it ain't on Disney. Amen. But If you knew that all of these books up here got magic symbols in them, and these is at your kids' school, and they also in all the shows you watch, you wouldn't be worried about sinners, because you would sit up and watch magic shows with your kid all day. Matter of fact, it's magic symbols in your house, and because you don't know what they look like, the only time you want to say it's the devil is witchcraft is when it looks scary. Sad, 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 sad. Crazy. Again, what's in this kid's book? I'm gonna show you. This is a kid's book. That's probably in your baby library right now. Promise. The same magic symbols that's in here is in this adult book, The History of Magic, Witchcraft, and the Occult. So I guess if it don't look scary, then you don't think it's real. But I guarantee you, the pentagram, the magic words, what herbs to use, and everything is in your elementary school. They in here too. Matter of fact, this don't even tell the spells. This one don't. This do. Tell them about the sun and the moon and when to do the spell and what to do to bring fairies to their yard and everything. And people would think it's cute and fake because it only got that on it. But guess what? The same symbol that's in here for Solomon to call the demons is the same symbol that's in that book for your kids. And this is it. We got teachers here. This be at y'all kids' school. And so are all of those. Right there. And all of the wizardology shows you how to cast a spell. All of these you buy from the book fair in school for your kids. Dragonology, all of that. And it's all real. All of it. Bippity boppity boo. Come on. Magic apples that make you lay down in a coma for however long until somebody come and kiss you. Love magic? Oh, okay. Listen. You said you may catch it on the app. I'm going to go on and see it, even if I have to Uber. Y'all know my whip is doing some stuff, so I ain't been wanting to drive on the highway, but we going to see. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, but did we talk about this? We didn't have this conversation a million times that it's only when it's scary that they see the magic. But you got these same people dressing their daughters up in princess dresses and putting tiaras on them and giving them wands. It don't make no sense. Magic is not make-believe ever. It's always been real. And because church folks won't learn about it, then they don't even know what they're looking at. The easiest way to hide something is in plain sight. I keep trying to tell y'all that. Oh, the magic mirrors. Yeah, all of that. Folks will save their whole life to take their kids to Disney World, the most magical place on earth, and then be talking about the devil is a lie. What? Put your fist down. Yes, I'm talking about you. Mm-hmm. Yes. You said churches use magic all the time. Well, the Bible called them synagogues of Satan. I guess you won't be to be. Chronicles of Narnia, Asian allegory for Jesus, literally tells the witch, "Don't cite the deep magic to me. I was there when it was written." Come on. And how many people know that they use the name of God and the name of angels and magic, and it really invokes the spirits? Oh, okay. Because whatever can be used for good can be used for evil too. In real life. How many of y'all pastors then gave y'all a prayer rock or a prayer shawl or a prayer cloth, excuse me, that he prayed over first and then he gave it to you, and it's supposed to bring you blessings, it's supposed to bring you your husband or your wife, it's supposed to bring you the prayer cloths that they used to sell in the church. Sometimes they gave them away, but for the most part they sold it to you. You said yes, they used to sell prayer cloths on the commercials and at regular church. Oh, Auntie, why'd you What I do? That's a lot of tomatoes. She threw a whole lot of them. It's been a minute. You talking about that man? You done bought them prayer rocks and stuff, Auntie? I won't put you on the spot. It's other people that bought them faith rocks from their pastor for $69 that he prayed over. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 What do you mean anointing? They make you pay for anointing oil? You said they make you pay for oil? I told y'all they made his house a den of thieves in a marketplace. Okay. Okay. A charm bracelet. How many pastors' wives walking around with a charm bracelet on? Matter of fact, y'all buy them the. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Van Cleef, all of it. Shambhala beads, Shambhala. I don't even know what that is. Me with my Pandora bracelet, leaving to go walk my shoelace. Oh, email me. Email me. Email me. I think I'll be paying the pawn shop a visit. I have 3 charm bracelets that are filled. Auntie. So it'd be a whole bunch of ways, right? It'd be a whole bunch of stuff that people don't even realize. But because they tell you, oh, you don't go looking over there. Well, then how will you know if they got you doing magic? How will you even know if? How will you know? You won't. You hear me? Know your enemy. And people say magic ain't real. Well, why God said kill every witch? And the witch of Endor was able to bring up the soul of the prophet, so, or the shadow of the prophet, and the people that went against Moses, they magic worked. It said they was able to do all the miracles that Moses did. So is magic real or no? You said your mom was obsessed with charms at one point. I believe it. I hate to say it, and I know y'all love her a lot. Um, but did y'all see Beyonce's stage? Y'all see it's the Baphomet, the new one. I seen it today. I said, I mean, not that it's surprising because she did it at Super Bowl and a couple other places. But if you look at her stage, it is the Baphomet. It's the goat head, the one she on right now, the one she's doing her thing on. Sorry, y'all, I gotta go drink. I mean, not drink. Go look at that stage with Blue Ivy on it. All right, y'all. I'm about to go. We've been on here all day. I'm about to go eat. He said I didn't know today was National Day of Prayer till I seen this Trump creates religious liberty. Interesting. Anybody learn anything today before I go? Anybody? Did you learn at least one thing today? Just one. You did. Good job. You learned a lot. Okay. I'll just take one thing though. Just one. You did? Okay, good job. He said, I have lots of questions. Well, we have over 1,400 videos on YouTube. That you might get your questions answered there. Now, let me tell you, in the beginning, I was a rough diamond. I wasn't like this in the beginning. I was real crazy because this internet wasn't used to CERCA. Now that the internet done got used to CERCA and it's a whole bunch of people teaching classes and stuff online, so everybody's more apt to hear, now. But back 3 years ago, it was a jungle out here. We had to come outside, and I was having to slay giants and stuff. So my demeanor is just a little different. It's not as calm. And yes, I used to be cussing people out. CERCA TROVA 22. Hey T. Yeah, I did. It used to be real crazy. Calling folks out. I had to learn, and the Lord, He's worked on me. But in the beginning, it was rough. So I was the difference. So I'm still the same CERCA, and I'm still the same, but I just calmed down because I got tired of getting in trouble with my dad. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Miss J, all of the questions you asking me, babe, you can find out on YouTube. I don't know if you remember that, but I don't be repeating all that information anymore. That's why we record on YouTube. You can fast forward and find out all the information you need on YouTube. I will not be recanting whole classes. It's been 3 years, babe. Back in the day, I did it. I don't even repeat myself no more. I tell people go to YouTube and get the information. That's why we record, yeah. So whatever you want to know, if you miss class, you just go over there and find it. You can answer all your own questions. Okay. I can't save nobody. I'm rethinking where I stand. I might be going to hell. Okay, maybe I'm not leaving. So can I say this real quick? That's the best comment I done seen. That's what I'm here for. You said what? Yes. That's the best comment I done seen right there. I'm rethinking where I stand and might be going to hell. Listen here. That's the best comment. When you start questioning where you stand with God, that's my job. That's what I'm supposed to do right there. Make sure. He said, make sure you know. Count up the cost and know where you're going. That right there. That's what I needed to hear. It was confirmed that the people you think have your back are potentially jelly back, so you have to step carefully with those you chose to run with, auntie. And you see why your niece be by herself. Y'all didn't see me. I've been by myself this whole time. Y'all don't never see me with a clique of people. The most people y'all done seen me with was my kids in a group. I was with Auntie P. Y'all see me with my homeboy Jay. Y'all see me with my kids. Y'all ain't seen me with nobody else. And the reason I do that is because no. I see how they did my daddy, so I just stay by myself. You hear me? But to know that it makes you question where you are with God, that's a good thing, because so many people they pastors didn't told them they know they going to heaven. God did not say that. He said more people are gonna perish than make it. Did he not? I should have known this was gonna be a long class. I prayed before I got on here too, which is so crazy. Should have known it. I should have known how he let me get up this morning and everything. I should have known. He said more people are going to perish than people that make it. So, I mean, you said, see, I have so many questions. YouTube. For real, we got 14. Our old classes used to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. And I was just answering as many questions as I can in the beginning. So, a lot of them will probably be answered over there. For real. It's a lot of videos. We did for over 1,400 videos in 3 years. And they not 30 minutes. They 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 7 hours, 6 hours. They forever. We just don't do them that long no more. But didn't he say to the thief that they will be in paradise? Isn't that different from heaven? It's just the third level. If you think of heaven like a building, there's 10 levels. They say 7, but there's actually 10. It just depends on what you read. And just like in our book, Ezra only got like 10 chapters, but there's a whole bunch more of them. It's just what they put in there. Yeah. So the second heaven, the first heaven is like the firmament. The second heaven is a jail. The third heaven is paradise. I can't remember what the fourth heaven is. The fifth heaven is also a jail. It don't tell us what the sixth is. And then it says that God, I think, resides in the seventh or the 10th. It just depends on what you read. Some say the 10th, some say the 7th. But there's levels. It's like 10. So if you think about heaven going straight up like a building, it's floors. Everybody is going to be in the space of heaven, but where, in which floor of the building you are going to be on. Because think about this, right? Paradise and hell have to be in somewhat of the same dimension, because the people that are going to be in torment will see the people in paradise, will they not? Ain't that what the Bible told us? So is hell beneath us or beneath God? It says this earth is going to be destroyed. It can't be beneath us, baby. Yes, because even in the KJV, the rich man could see Lazarus in the bosom of Abraham. Exactly. There's only like a little gulf, like a canal. Okay? A canal. The second and the fifth floor, Kristen. That's in my room. No, don't do that. Oh, it did. I broke it. Darn it. This is what I'm getting ready to read to y'all. See that? Enoch, in truth, do not fear. The eternal God has sent us to you, and behold, you will ascend with us to heaven today. Okay? Okay. So this is what we gonna read. Okay? Uh-oh, sorry. Okay. Actually, it's the next page. But here we go. It says, and it came about when I had spoken to my sons, these men called me, and they took me. This is Enoch talking now. They took me up onto their wings and carried me up to the first heaven and placed me on the clouds. And behold, they were moving. And there I perceived the air higher up, and higher still I saw the ether. And they placed me on the first heaven, and they showed me a vast ocean, much bigger than any earthly ocean. Then they led before my face the elders, the rulers of the stellar orders, and they showed me the 200 angels who govern the stars and the heavenly combinations. And so this talks about the storehouses. So we're going to go to the second heaven. It says, and those men picked me up and brought me up to the second heaven, and they showed me, and I saw a darkness greater than earthly darkness. And there I perceived prisoners under guard, hanging up and waiting for the measureless judgment. And those angels had the appearance of darkness itself, more than earthly darkness. And unceasingly they made weeping all the day long. And I said to the men who were with me, why are these ones being tormented unceasingly? And these men answered me, these are those who turned away from the Lord, who did not obey the Lord's commandments, but of their own will plotted together and turned away with their prince, and with those who are under restraint in the fifth heaven. And I felt very sorry for them. And those angels bowed down to me and said to me, man of God, pray for us to the Lord. And I answered them and I said, who am I, a mortal man, that I should pray for angels? Who knows where I am going or what will confront me, or indeed who will pray, or who indeed will pray for me? Right? So then it goes up and he goes to the third heaven and it goes through that. And then we get to the fifth heaven right here. And it says, and these men carried me to the northern region, and they showed me a very frightful place. And all kinds of torture and torment are in that place, cruel darkness and lightless gloom. And there is no light there, and a black fire blazes up perpetually, with a river of fire that comes out over the whole place. Fire here and freezing ice there, and it dries up and it freezes. And very cruel places of detention, and dark and merciless angels, carrying instruments of atrocities, torturing without pity. And I said, "Woe, woe! How very frightful! How very frightful this place is." And those men said to me, "This place, O Enoch, has been prepared for those who do not glorify God, who practice on earth the sin which is against nature, which is child corruption in the anus, in the matter of Sodom, of witchcraft, enchantments, divinations, trafficking with demons, who boast about their evil deeds, stealing, lying, insulting, coveting, resentment, fornication, and murder, and who steal the souls of men secretly, seizing the poor by the throat, and taking away their possessions, enriching themselves from the possessions of others, defrauding them, who, when they are able to provide sustenance, bring about the death of the hungry by starvation, and when they are able to provide clothing, take away the last garments of the naked, who do not acknowledge their Creator, but bow down to idols which have no souls, which neither can see nor hear, vain gods, constructing images, and bowing down to vile things made by hands. For all of these, this place has been prepared as an eternal reward. Did you know? Enoch back to come back too. Him and Elijah should be showing up soon. It's time for them to come back, because they have to war against the Antichrist, and then they're finally going to die. And they going to spit that real fire. For real. How we see the fire breathers, yeah, it's gonna be real life without the gas. Brother Tony, we use our manners here, and I can definitely tell you, we use our manners here. For you all that might not know, can you please tell me the name of the book? That kind of stuff. I know the internet make you not use your manners, but we use them over here. That's the book of Enoch, just so you know. I got it, Kristen. I don't need no help. Kristen, you've been here way too long. Now you know better than that. Thanks. Absolutely not. I got it. Thank you. I wonder if your spirit can be at multiple levels of torment. I don't know. Y'all know we read over there about the scary holes. Was that Baruch, where it talk about the 7 levels, and in there is 70 things, and then it's all the creepy, scary stuff in the caves that look like what we see over in Jerusalem? And it's like a 3x5 cell that your soul. Oh, I'm claustrophobic, babe. God, please forget all my stuff. So I ain't got no time to be judging nobody, because if you knew about the real torments, like, it's stuff in here. The rest of Ezra that they took out, I know why they took it out. Because if you could read about the torments that people gonna go through, listen, I guarantee you, you would not just be so quick to do whatever you want to do. This right here change your whole life. We gonna run through it and then I'm gonna get off real quick because I gotta go eat something. I ain't ate since yesterday. I'm about to do that. All right, just some of this so you can see how this go. I'm about to show y'all. Ready? It says, Ezra prayed to the Lord, saying, Grant me courage, O Lord, that I might not fear when I see the judgments of the sinners. And there were granted to him 7 angels of hell who carried him beyond the 70th grade into the infernal regions. Y'all understand that the angels that are in hell are COs. God made them scary looking on purpose. Y'all know that, right? That's a part of hell, you being terrified. Right? So the angels, when they say demons cannot run hell or else they wouldn't be in prison. The prisoners don't, I mean, technically the prisoners run the prison, but that's not how it is in God's place. The angels that are in hell, they work there. Because demons are going to be tormented. So who's going to torment the demons if the demons work there? That doesn't make any sense. It says that the demons and the fallen angels, right? They're going to be tormented along with the people that go to hell. That's why hell is going to open up, right? The lake of fire is going to open up, the demons and all of that. They're going to be thrown in there too. So then they can't be the COs then. You can't be a prisoner and a correctional officer. You're going to be one or the other. Right? Now, you might be a trustee, but you're not a correctional officer. You cannot be a correctional officer and an inmate at the same time. You said sounds about right to you. Right. You can't be an inmate and a CO. You can't. You one or the other. Okay? So here we go. It says, and he saw fiery gates, and at these gates he saw 2 lions lying there, from whose mouth and nostrils and eyes proceeded the most powerful flames. The most powerful men were entering and passing through the fire, and it did not touch them. And Ezra said, Who are they who advance so safely? And the angel said to him, They are the just, whose repute has ascended to heaven, who gave alms generously, clothed the naked, and desired a good desire. And others were entering that they might pass through the gates, and dogs were ripping them apart, and fire was consuming them. And Ezra said, Who are they? And the angel said, They denied the Lord and sinned with women on the Lord's day. And Ezra said, Lord, have mercy on the sinners. And they led him lower beyond the 50th grade, and he saw in that place men standing in torments. Some were throwing fire in their faces, and others, however, were whipping them with the fiery scourge. So you got somebody throwing hot coals in your face, and while that is happening, there is a whip that is on fire that is hitting your back. And the earth cried aloud, saying, Whip them, and refused to have mercy on them, because they worked impiety on me. And Ezra said, Who are they who are in such torments daily? The angel said, They dwelled with married women. So if you don't care about sleeping with nobody else's wife, and you go to hell for that, this is the punishment for that. Your eyes, you're going to have fiery hot red coals thrown in your face. And while that's happening, there's going to be a whip like this. Where'd you go? Oh, there you go. But it's going to be on fire. So while you got somebody throwing hot coals in your face, you're going to be getting hit on your back with a fiery whip because you slept with married women. You laid her down on her back, or you lay down on your back, but your eyes burned with lust. Somebody was on their back at some point in time. So God's going to burn the back and get the eyes. You see how that's all appropriate? The punishment fit the crime. And it's the new body too. Right. Is it worth it? Taking down somebody else's wife? If you don't make it to heaven, that's your punishment for just that one thing. That's not like, it's like, because you're not just going to hell for one, I'm not going to say you're not just going for one thing, but you got other sins. You said that make my back arch in, that part. Right. See how they just be telling you it's okay to sleep? I said, but it ain't. But it ain't. Y'all want to know the rest? It's Samoan here. Anybody else? Or y'all want me to just stop there? We can stop there. Y'all said, yeah, that's cool. You said which character and verse? We're in this book. I just showed it. The Vision of Blessed Ezra. You listening, Melchizedek? Okay, here we go. Tosh said, please keep going. All right, here we go. All right, Alicia, here we go. Okay. So it says, they dwell with married women. The married women are those who adorn themselves, not for their husbands. Can you tell me what the definition of adorned is? What's the definition of adorned? Real quick, somebody, can you tell me? Okay. You said dressing it up and making it look good. What's the definition? What does it say though? On like Webster's. To make more beautiful or attractive. To make more beautiful or attractive. So let's go back and read that. So it says right here, the angel said they dwell with the married women. The married women who made themselves more beautiful and attractive, not for their husbands, but that they might please others, desiring an evil desire. You said, yes, this is the throwback class. It is. How many married women sit online in their underwear? How many married women go get body work so that they can attract the attention of men that are not their husbands? They say they're not looking for it, but their husbands say, baby, you don't got to change. And they say, yeah, I do. And whole time, they want to be more attractive to other people outside of their marriage. No? We ain't going to be honest. That's okay. You don't have to. It's all right. We already know. Yeah. Yeah. It's a whole punishment for that. You see it? Okay. Most of your stars is married. We all know what Beyonce's cakes look like. She been married for a long time. She has a husband. Cardi B was married. We know what her cakes look like. It's some married men. We know what their cakes look like too. You said Steph Curry's wife made a comment similar to this. Mm-hmm. Hello, y'all still here? Or y'all done left and went and made your dinner or something? Okay, moving on. Ezra said, Lord, have mercy on the sinners. And again, they brought him to the south, and he saw a fire and poor ones and also women hanging. Women hanging. And angels were whipping them with fiery clubs. So now we done went from a fiery whip to a fiery bat. And so you're hanging while being beat with a fiery bat. Got it. And Ezra said, Lord, have mercy on the sinners. Who are they? And the angel said, they dwelled with their mothers, desiring an evil desire. So parents that have relationships with their children, women that have relationships with their sons or daughters, this is their punishment if that's what they go to hell for. And he said, Lord, have mercy on the sinners. And they led him downward into the infernal regions, and he saw a cauldron, a witch's pot, in which sulfur and bitumen, which is tar, and it was in which were sulfur and bitumen, and it was rolling, just like the waves of the sea. And the just were entering, and in the midst of it, they were walking over the fiery waves. So the people that was going to go to heaven, they went on all the way through. Maybe you got to cross over this space to get into paradise. I don't know. And it says, and the just were entering, and in the midst of it, they were walking over the fiery waves and praising greatly the name of the Lord, just like those who walk over dew or cold water. And Ezra said, who are they? And the angel said, they are the ones who daily were making better confession before God and the holy priest, freely bringing alms and resisting sins. And the sinners came wishing to pass over, and the angels of hell came and submerged them into the fiery stream. And from the fire they cried out, saying, Lord, have pity on us. But he did not have pity. Dang. A voice was heard, but a body was not seen because of the fire and the anguish. And Ezra said, who are they? And the angel said, they were brought down by lust all their days. So listen to this. And the sinners came wishing to pass over, and the angels of hell came and submerged them in the fiery stream. And from the fire they cried out, saying, Lord, have pity on us. But he did not have pity. And a voice was heard, but a body was not seen. So people that were brought down by lust, you most times have to see it to lust after it, right? Or you fix up your body for people to lust after you. Man and woman, it don't matter. So if lust is what kept you messed up, won't nobody even be able to see you. They just gonna be able to hear you. The lust of the... So the fabulous body that you got done, they won't even be able to see you. They just gonna be able to hear you screaming. And they say, Lord, have pity on us. And he said, no. No, maybe. He said, no. Yeah, okay. Well, let's go. Fire in your loins turns into fire bath in the afterlife. This part. You said you burning up with lust? Good. You gonna burn for the rest of your life, and ain't nobody gonna see you. Ugh. Okay. Let's keep going. All right. It says they were brought down by lust all their days. They did not receive strangers, so they was only worried about themselves. They did not give alms. They took unjustly the things of others for themselves, and they had an evil desire. Therefore, they are in anguish. And Ezra said, Lord, have mercy on the sinners. And he walked as before and saw in an obscure place an immortal worm. Its magnitude he was not able to reckon. And in front of its mouth stood many sinners. And when it drew in a breath, like flies, they entered into its mouth. Then when it exhaled, they all exited a different color. And Ezra said, who are they? And they said, they were full of every bad thing, and they went about without confession or penitence. So all the people that they ain't got no limits, just whatever they down for, whatever you want to do. Could you imagine being sucked into a nasty, slimy worm and like digest it, then it throw you back up out, and every time you come out, you a different color? Because you flip-flopping, it ain't nothing you won't do. Just imagine that being your punishment, to be eaten by this slimy, nasty worm, and then threw up, and then ate again, and then threw up. Oh, you just got to keep going through that process. I'm good. I'll just dance. That I don't care. No one likes me or talk to me. I see myself going through that. Listen. You said I don't want no parts of it. That part. You just want to have your hands in everything? Okay. Beetlejuice. This part. Okay. Oh, yeah. Like the worms that was coming. Sure was. Imagine a racist going in white and coming out a Negro. You know what? This is reminding me of the show Lucifer for some reason. I still have not watched it all the way yet. I think I watched like one show. Here we go. Let's keep going. It says, and he saw a person sitting on a fiery throne, and his counselors stood around him in the fire, and they served him from the fire and out of every side. And Ezra said, who is that? And the angel said, that man, whose name is Herod, was king for a long time, who in Bethlehem of Judea slew the infant males on account of the Lord. And Ezra said, Lord, judge a right judgment. And he walked and saw men who were bound, and the angels of hell were pricking their eyes with thorns. So you tied up, and somebody is poking your eyes with thorns. And Ezra said, who are they? And the angel said, they showed strange paths to those wandering. Ezra said, Lord, have mercy on the sinners. Now here go the one that hit me in my stomach. And he saw virgins with 500-pound neck irons on as if near death, coming to the west. And Ezra said, who are they? And the angel said, they violated their virginity before marriage. Hello. I need you to throw all of my stuff in the sea of forgetfulness, please. I watched the testimony of a man who went to hell, and he said he saw people with worms coming out of every hole in their bodies. I believe it, because think about it. That's what happened to Herod. And Janice or Jambries. Could you imagine women and men would just say, walking with a 500-pound weight, dragging it for the rest of your life. A 500-pound weight. All your bodies. Maybe that's the weight of their souls stacked on top of each. Because remember, it say you could have slept with one person, but if that person slept with 100 people, guess how many people you slept with? 101. And just think about it. You done slept with all the people they slept with too. Don't forget that. That 100 can turn into 10,000. Quick. Because if each one of those 100 slept with 100, slept with 50, slept with 10, maybe that's the way to all the bodies you connected to. I've seen videos of an individual in Gaza that had worms in their wounds because they couldn't disinfect them. You said, let's grab hands and bow our heads. Ooh. You said, wouldn't churches be a lot different if all the Bible was taught? Yes, they would, Miss Janet. And that's why this ain't church, this is school, and you can learn about all of it over here if you want to. His afterlife was rolling the boulder up a hill for it to slide back down. The cycle is endless. Yep. You said my mom told me to join it live. I'm grateful I did. Me too, Key. Tell mama, hey mama, hey auntie. Right? Is it worth it? And when you understand that if one of our human days, if one of God's other days, okay, if one of God's days is 1,000 of our years, you realize when you've been in eternity 10 years, you've been there 10,000 years or 10 days. 10 days in God's time is 10,000 years of earth time. 100 of God's days is 100,000. That's why he said, "Oh, you got time to pay it all back. Don't worry about it." So when you've been in eternity, for the people that died 500 years ago have only been gone half a day in God's time. $500 is like our 12 hours. And yeah. He says 1 day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is just 1 day in God's time. So 2,000 years ago was just 2 days to God. So the equivalent of our 48 hours. 2,000 years. You said I'm supposed to be studying data analytics, but I'm stuck. Go do your homework. We record on YouTube. You ain't gonna miss nothing. CERCA TROVA 22 on YouTube. Just go to all my videos under the live tab. Go do your homework. Don't be trying to blame it on us because you missed a test or something. Go on and do what you're supposed to do. You can watch it back on YouTube. You say, okay, bye then. Right, go do your homework. So can I ask you a question? You said this is so scary. Let me ask you a question. Holding on to your boo that you ain't supposed to be holding on to, is it worth you going through one of these punishments? Because we ain't even done yet. Yeah, but I'm just playing with you. But I do want you to go do your homework. We do record on YouTube. You can watch all of this and catch up what you didn't, what you missed. Is it worth it? Is holding a grudge to somebody for 50 years, say you live 70 years, say they did it to you, whatever they did when you was 20, and you hold on to the day you die, you said, I ain't letting it go in eternity. Y'all know that's this time too. You never get to let it go. So whatever it makes you feel now, just think, you won't have to feel that forever without no relief from it. Throw all the... You said throw... listen, throw it all in there. Yeah, that... Holding on to a grudge gets you to this place. Because unforgiveness can't go to heaven, remember? Bitterness ain't going to be in heaven. There's no sadness there. This is why you ain't going to remember. If they don't make it to heaven, you're not even going to remember them. Because it would make you sad. But the people that go to hell never get to forget. Forgetting is going to be a gift in heaven. But in hell, you never get to forget. That's why you better not say, I'll never forget this. Repent. Because if you never forget it, that means you don't get the sea of forgetfulness when you get to heaven. If you say, I'm never going to forgive you, God said, if you don't forgive them, I'll never forgive you. So you can ask for repentance and lie and say you're going to heaven. But if you haven't forgave them, every single thing from the day you decided you was not going to forgive them has not been forgiven. So if you said at 15 years old, I'll never forgive my dad for leaving me, boom, every sin you committed from 15 now is still, it ain't covered under the blood because you got unforgiveness in your heart. And God said, if you don't forgive, I won't forgive you. So where you thought faking in church, and because you don't drink and because you don't smoke, you just know you're going to heaven. Oh no, unforgiveness ain't going. Hello. Unforgiveness it can't be in heaven. Not in paradise. So then you just told me you want to go to hell. Oh, okay, well then just say that then. I'll never let it go. Oh, and just understand, you spoke that into existence because that's into eternity too. So you said that what they did to you 25 years ago, you're willing to stay in eternity and burn in hell for that you can't even go back and change. Well, then just say that you want to be, excuse me, just say it. Matter of fact, you just did. You said, I want to go to hell for unforgiveness. That's what you told him. I'll never forget it. Oh, okay. I'll never forgive you. Oh. God said, okay, then I can't forgive you. Ever. Never. Because whatever you don't get for somebody else, you don't get for you. You don't give grace, you don't get it. You don't give compassion, you don't get it. Is it worth it? And it's noted in your book. Come on, Auntie. Yep, and until you ask for forgiveness from the one thing, everything you asked that for, yep, he only hears tambourines. Come on, whole big loud cymbals clanking in his ear. Anybody got some forgiving to do? God, I forgive them. And I don't want to remember all the bad stuff that they did to me because I need you to forget all the bad stuff I did. He said, if you don't forgive the bad stuff that they did, I won't forgive you for the stuff that you did. That's why they say forgiveness is for you and not them. Oh, but it is in this life and the next. Baby, do you know how gut-wrenching that is going to be to watch people be in silence? Have you ever seen the movies where somebody is fighting for their life on the other side of the thing and they're hoping that the person can see them and they get their hair pulled and snatching and all of that, and then the person is just sitting on the elevator like this reading, they don't even know that all hell is breaking loose, and they hear crash, boom, fighting and all of this, and the person is just oblivious. They just, and you hear the elevator music and they step on out and they didn't even know. You realize that's how it's going to be. It says there's no silence in hell. It's noisy, it's loud, it stinks. All you hear is screaming and hollering and gagging and wailing. And then on top of that, you're being reminded with like a little DVD in your face of all the things that you did that you could have got forgiveness for, and you didn't get it. I'm not holding on to nothing, because anything that you will not let go on this plane, you have to take it into the afterlife with you. Is it worth holding on to it? When you could be in rest and quiet and eating from the tree with all the good fruits, and or be over here because you wanted to hold on to something that cost you eternity, because you don't get another chance after that. Don't lie to ain't no reincarnation in the way that they tell you, like you just coming back to earth. No. You're going to get a heavenly body. That's a heavenly body for death or a heavenly body for life. They don't run out. One of them is made to experience the most amount of pain that it can. And one of them is made for rest and chilling out and having a movie night and just talking and having all good vibes. Which would you like? Because there's no pain cut off in hell. There's no, it's so much pain you black out. No. It says merciless torture, which means when you scream in mercy, God say give them more, harder, longer, do it faster, make the fire hotter. That's merciless. It says with weapons of atrocities. Torment is of the mind. Torture is of the body. So you're going to be tormented in your mind and tortured in your body. Baby, I don't want no parts of it. There's no threshold, exactly. Ain't no cut off button where you just pass out because it's so much pain. Oh, no. He said merciless, which means the more you scream, the more they going to do. And this what you want for your life? Well, fine. Hey. So, No, we don't be over here, y'all. We still have had class every single day, just about, except for the days I take off. We still in our other place the whole time. I told y'all we was leaving TikTok, but for whatever reason, I was supposed to come over here today and the other day, which it turned out not to be so bad today. So that's why pastors are going to get in even more trouble for not telling us, of course, Jamaican source. Because, oh, we didn't even get to that. Let me go run to the restroom one more time, y'all. We've been on here all this time. This water and coffee. Look, I keep making coffee cups and water. Y'all couldn't have been looking for me because where we was at is up in the bio. We left here January. It's almost June. We'll be in June in a minute. So you could have went to Google and found us. And that's not being mean. Betrayal, all of it. Jesus was betrayed. He forgave. Jesus was betrayed. He forgave. Matter of fact, he forgave the person that he was going to die for. Yeah. It ain't nothing that you don't get to not forgive. SA, of your child, of you, unaliving, theft, you got to forgive all of it. Because he died for all those sins. So you don't get to pick and choose which one you forgive for. Because he forgave for everything. They're both made for extremes, either extreme joy or extreme sorrow. This. You hear me? Yeah. So. Yeah. So what you want? You want to keep holding on to it? And keep rehearsing the stuff that you can't go back 15, 20 years ago, because you ain't never going to be able to let it go. See, in heaven, if you go to paradise, you don't have to remember nothing from this world that was negative. But if you go to hell, you never get to forget all of the horrible stuff that you saw here. You're just going to be reminded of it. And again, 500 years is half a day. It's like a 12-hour period. You said, I need to go repent again. Honey, listen. So, it's half a day, 500 years, and we ain't even got through all of the torments yet. Y'all okay? You said, and if you think about it, all that God has blessed us with, and we still have so much to forgive. Listen, that's why I didn't know how to, I'm worried about y'all souls. That's why I get on here and say what I say and do what I do. But baby, I can't judge nobody. That's why when people go, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? I think that you're going to have to give an account for your sins, and I'm going to have to give an account for mine. That's what I think. If I committed any type of sexual sin, whatever that is, I'm going to have to do it. If I got unforgiveness in my heart, you're not going to have to suffer for what I did, baby. And I'm not going to have to suffer. Just understand, we all got to give an account for everything that we did. We do. Can't nobody intercede for you or nothing. Once your spirit leave your body, that's it. Are we okay? We just got a 2-piece and a dry Popeyes biscuit. Ooh, that sound good too, with some honey and some strawberry jelly on it. Girl. And I've been in here 392 minutes with no food. Quit playing. But yeah, pretty much. It's a dry going down. Might put you on the toilet. Listen, you can't go. Right, you can't go before the judge for nobody but yourself. Exactly. No drink, nothing. Even the sins from childhood. Yep. It was a lot of people that they didn't like me the other day. They did not like me the other day because I asked them. I said, people always ask me about like the LGBTQ plus community, right? This is a question I get asked about, or people say certain stuff, right? Because they feel like whatever. Oh, okay, and I said, well, if you ever played house and you played the girl or the boy and you kissed one of your cousins or one of your friends or something like that, it's the same thing they're doing right now. If you played the touchy feely house and come and get what is it, hide and go get it, and all of that, you cut me real deep just now. It's needed because I prayed a word and it was delivered. So be careful. The Bible say, don't you got something in your eye? Don't be trying to get it out of nobody else's, because it never said that there's an age for sin. Because little babies is liars. Little kids will run and hide they sin. Barely can walk and they know how to hide, and they boo-booing and they know they're not supposed to do that. They go run and hide. So sin is sin, babe. It ain't no age of when it started or if you got caught. Because see, that's what a lot of people think. I didn't get caught for it. Oh, Jesus caught you. His eyes is everywhere. You said I was sinning as early as 5. Listen. Do you hear me? So be careful of your thoughts about what other people's sin looks like, because you need to make sure that you're not guilty of what you feel like is seeing your own self. You're not supposed to uncover the nakedness of somebody else's husband and wife or another man or woman. If you've ever watched Corn, guilty. Only ever watched OnlyFans? Guilty. Technically, if you watched Baywatch and any of those people in there was married, guilty. Because they dang near naked. They got on panties and bra. Ever watched a man in a Speedo with his beautiful body with the water glistening? And he at the beach and he got a ring on his finger? Oh, you uncovered the nakedness of somebody's husband and maybe lusted after them in your mind. And he said if you did it in your mind, you did it already. Don't call nobody a hoe because you a hoe in your mind. You done had it with a few people in your mind. Ooh, if I honey, listen, cuz. Oh, okay, so you did it in your mind, and God said if you did it in your mind, I'm going to charge you like you did it. Interesting. You said flips the book open. Okay. Go on and get the writing. Ooh, right. Right. See how crazy it is? This is what Jesus was writing in the dirt. That's why everybody started dropping their rocks. He said, he that was without the first sin, without sin, cast that. You said, I'm punching the air. Oh, okay. It's so quick for us to tell somebody else how far they are away from God. Well, let's look and see where your GPS is at. That part. You said, what I know now, if I could go back to being a fetus in the womb before being born, sin and iniquity. Listen, lusting after married celebs. Come on. I need a scrub brush and some bleach for the things I done thought. Girl. You said, if I could go back to being a fetus in the womb before being born in sin and iniquity, I would ask for forgiveness before even coming into this world. This part. Look at everybody like, I don't even know why I came over here. This is why I quit coming over here, because she always talking about stuff that have to do everything with my life. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I be like, listen, I don't know what you do. I just need to know what he about to do with me. I just hope he throw my stuff in the sea of forgetfulness. I don't know what you got to stand in judgment for, but I got a long list going way back to 19. Well, just like you said, I was produced in 79, so there's that. You said in my newborn baby pictures, right? So hearing this, does this make you look at? Listen, is it? Thank you, Pumpkin. Thank you, Miss Ida. I mean, but think about it. This make you change your view of looking down your nose at people, or talking about what God don't like. He said, "Turn the mirror on you, my spirit, to the angel who dropped me off on earth." Birth. Why would you do that? If you don't like me, just say that. It's ghetto down here. That part, you see how the spirit, the in the what we read, they was like, why you want to put me in this unclean body? Like I come from you. Like I don't want to. He like, get in there. Put me straight back. Get me right. Listen, and this is why I'm going to pass on sinners, because the way I used to lust over MBJ, having the wildest dreams, I can't go back there. Okay. Put me straight. Get me right. Listen, I want to be in the crack of my big dad's toe. I know that's right. Wherever he go, I go. That part. You said more to come back. Get over here. That part. I can't lie. I was overly religious not too long ago, but that's because I had just got saved. Yeah, you be zealous. But see, this is why it was important. A lot of people don't pay attention that the people that got baptized, they have been walking, some of them have been walking with Jesus for 3 years, which means they sat under the word, so they could even understand. He didn't just throw them in the water like the church do. He helped them understand what being saved even meant. He said, come and learn of me so you can understand. And in all you're getting, gonna get you an understanding. Don't just be listening to this surface stuff. You better know for a fact that this is what is going on. I have a secret for you, Circle. Well, it's not a secret when I put it on here. But when you get a chance, read or listen to what Jesus said after he talked to Joseph when he died. Okay. All right. So, with that, you hear me? It's time out for being religious, and it's time to get a relationship. And a relationship feels different from religion. A lot of people found relationship when they came over here. They came religious, but they leave in relationship. They came with religion, they leaving with a relationship. It's different. It's a different feeling. This is why I don't go outside. I would get in trouble. You see, I be in this house every day for 3 years straight, and I was in the house 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years before that. He don't even let me outside, but to go to the PO box, get some gas, and come back home. I done did 1,000 days in solitary confinement with y'all. Come on. I got a few visiting passes, maybe like 4 since I know y'all. Other than that, every single day y'all have seen me in this house. And y'all know I be here all day and all night. I don't leave for more than 30 minutes most times. I think I was out for 2 hours a couple around my birthday. And then I was back in the house and I ain't been able to go nowhere since. So I am going to get off of here. We've been on here 400 minutes. I'm about to go. But if you learned something today, good. If you questioned where your relationship with God is, that makes me extremely happy. It's a lot who never leave with the relationship, but not everyone's eyes get to become open. And a lot of times it's just because they choose that. They don't want to listen to nothing but what they know. Yeah, I'm at work right now. Do you have a job? I'm working the same job I've been working for 20 years. What's your job? What do you do? How much is your check? Do you get paid bi-weekly or weekly? It's the last time you had. No, I ain't gonna do it. I just want to tell y'all the internet make people comfortable asking questions they shouldn't, but you might not know that. But I do have a job. I've been doing it for about 20 years now, and that's telling people the gospel. Okay. Well, you shouldn't ask people if they have a job. It's rude. I don't know if you know that or not. It's like somebody asking you when was the last time you had a pap smear and what did it read. Some stuff just ain't everybody business. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, if you learned something today, that's good. Mm-hmm. And if you want more classes, they on YouTube, CERCA TROVA 22. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Under the live tab, if you want to know more about the Bible, if you want to know more about what's missing from the Bible, it's there. And we go through a lot of the different books. We study all kind of stuff. We don't just study the Bible over here. We study mythology, ancient history, all of those things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love y'all. I'll talk to y'all in a little bit. Maybe later on. I don't know. We'll see. Cause this is a long class. What time did we get on? I spent my whole day with y'all. I got on at like what, 10 o'clock? We've been on since 10 o'clock this morning, and it's 5 in the evening. About 10:30. It was like 10:30 my time. Yeah, it was 10:30 my time. Right, and it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, evening. You said people are hungry for this, and I'm hungry for some real food. So I come back and we can fit. You said my shift up in 30 minutes. Right. I got a hunger, headache, and everything. I'm about to go eat. I was on with you most of my shift. Right. Right. And I got a hunger headache for real. I've been drinking coffee and water solid through my whole. Listen, I'm about to go eat. This right. I love you too, Pumpkin. I see y'all. Y'all see y'all been rubbing my head. This a hunger headache. And y'all was just gonna let me be hungry. Let me pass out. Y'all don't even care. Bye. I'll see y'all later. Mm.